Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, January the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. And let's just do a quick check, okay? So yesterday we had some problems with the in the main room, in the pro room, regarding my screen and what you could see. So what stock? I'm going to cycle through a bunch of stocks. Just let me know if they're cycling through. Doesn't really matter what the names of the stocks are, but you should see them changing pretty rapidly. Just want to make sure that we're okay today. All good, all good, all good. Great news. Okay. All right, guys, what's happening today? I'm hearing STEM. No, STEM yesterday was popping up. Yeah, STEM had a $15 price target yesterday by Morgan Stanley. I don't see any specific news for them right now, but it's starting to move down. Okay, thanks everybody in all our platforms seeing and hearing me. And it was mainly the pro room that was not working correctly. Anyway, let's take a look at what's happening. LiPo, L-I-P-O, L-I-P-O, big pop and pretty big drop. 677 was the high, all the way back down to 464, sitting at 4 right now. There was some news, surges 80% as a bladder disorder drug shows promise in a mid-stage study. I think it was phase 2A. Yes, phase 2A. And a low float, 2.3 million in the float. One of the reasons why it can be up 62% now on that news. BWEN, BWEN. Now this seems like pretty good news. I mean, it's a low float, 18 million in the float. This is a $175 million order over 2 years, I think it said. 2-year order. Seems like pretty good news to me, but how much can they make from it, I guess. But anyway, BWEN, nice pop, 60%, 18 million in the float. On that headline news. So a little bit of drama between FRO and EURN. FRO is now, excuse me, dropped a little bit. EURN has moved higher. Yesterday, FRO announced that they were not going to go ahead with some kind of a merger agreement with EURN, and EURN today is contesting it, basically rejecting their rights to terminate the combination agreement. I don't see any, a lot of times especially when it's a merger of some sort, there's a penalty if it doesn't go through for no valid reason. I don't see anything here, but anyway, that is the deal with EURN and FRO. I almost took this one late in the day, this BIOR. I was looking to take it right around 5, and then it just dropped below 5, so I said to heck with it. Woke up this morning, 9:48, and this is this reverse split of last week, or I think the 3rd. I think it was January 3rd. So, and they did have a little bit of news yesterday. Obviously the news shouldn't have justified what it did, but doesn't matter what we think. So this is why I'm kind of keeping an eye on NXTP. NXTP. They did a reverse split, I think, last week also, or the week before. Had a pop after hours. I don't see any specific news for it, but they did a reverse split. I think it was a 1 for 25 reverse split. So, you never know. You just absolutely never know. I think that reverse split, I think that's probably the right number of shares now, 3.8 million, adjusted for the reverse split. Now, this one had no volume really. MASI, they were in some kind of a patent dispute with Apple regarding the watch, their watch. So it was up, but there's just no volume for MASI. But if their volume comes in, that's a nice break on the daily for MASI. Okay, so when I saw FRTX, it was up here at 234, but as it dropped all the way back, it's almost gone back to its close yesterday, preclinical publication of their data. Howl, Howl. Some fund, I guess it's a fund, increased their stake. Pretty good volume, 19 million in the float. Good volume in the pre-market already. LASE is up on a potential of 2 million share stock buyback, authorizing it up to 2 million share stock repurchase. Okay. Couldn't see any news on this one. Let's see if it's still gapped up. NOTV is up. I can't see any specific news other than Lake Street. I'm not sure who they are. I think I've seen them. I don't know how powerful they are to buy with a target of $10. Okay, so that's NOTV. Of course, this is the one that got all hammered. I think this had to do with not monkeypox, but something about testing monkeys. I think that's back here on this day here on the 17th of November. Show's locked, really? I see people in and I see people posting, Walt Byrne. Let me just do a quick check. It's possible one of the rooms was should be good though. I see people in there posting. Oh, I have no advice, Hertz. There's no, I mean, stocks, stocks making big moves after hours. I mean, it's frustrating because you wake up the next day and it's already gapped up. CVAC is a tough one. But there's no, I have no advice. If you're asking me, should I, should you do? I rarely trade anything after hours. I'll do some pre-market trading. Not even, I don't do too much, just because I've got so many other things I've got going on in the pre-market. I rarely do I take a trade after hours unless unless I'm getting rid of something that I got during the day. But so I have really no advice. Well, and especially a bio. But yeah, I don't. I mean, if you had taken it during the day at a good price and I wanted to hold it, through, it's a little bit different than initiating an after hours buy, in my opinion, anyway. Let's see what else is happening. USEA. So Walt Byrne, okay, I'm not sure I understand. So here are, some people have posted, we've got here are these, somebody in our YouTube room was asking about our Discord room. So I mean, here, somebody has posted already in the general market. Somebody posted in the pre-market. I have also. So somebody posted in the, these are the different tabs. USEA guys, big gap down. I don't see any specific news on it. 26% down. Don't see any specific news on it for USEA. PROK, I think it's given up most of its gains, but let me take a look. PROK, who isn't Pro Kidney? Got all the way up to almost $16 and it's pulled all the way back down. It's still up 20%. Not a low float, 45 million in the float. Discord room is free to join, yes. Mm-mm-mm. No, no, no. The Discord room is an alternative, okay? And we do have that limitation of only 50 people being able to see my screen. So I think the Discord room probably is great if you want to hear me. And if you're one of the first 50, you'll see the screen. Still trying to get around that. It's not it's a limitation that the program puts on us. It's not what we want, of course, but it is what it is. NXTP. So this is another one, guys. They did or maybe I've already mentioned this one. At NXTP, I think I already mentioned this one. So look what it did after hours, and this is a reverse split from about a week and a half ago, I believe, or last week. And yeah, I think I mentioned this one, 1 for 20. 1 for 20 reverse split, but look what it did after hours. I don't see any news on it. So this could be, in theory, could be today's BIOR. Now, the only difference is that BIOR did put out a little fluffy press release yesterday too. I don't see anything with these guys yet, but you never know. Yeah, not moving to Discord exclusively. No, we wanted to. We will still always have YouTube up and running, but we wanted to. But again, we have a limitation on the number of people that can see my screen, which is 50. So I'm just maintaining 3 rooms. You can have your pick. Obviously, the main room is still the most active room. We were going to, we thought for sure we were going to change, but then we didn't realize there was a 50 limit. So, okay, what else is happening? Let's see, what time is it now? 9:13. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. I didn't get a chance to, wow, still a lot of downgrades. Okay, I will get them in now. All right, I'll start getting these in now. Checking to see if there's anything from Wedbush. I haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything from Wedbush for about a couple of weeks that I've seen anyway. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me get them into the room. All right, guys, just a big list of downgrades again, kind of scouring them to see if there's anything interesting. We have a downgrade from Goldman for BSAC. I'm hearing INM, INM, INM. My gap ups must be moving. MC downgraded by Goldman. Key, Goldman's pretty active this morning. A bunch of downgrades from Goldman this morning. Keys, KEYS. Jeffries, JEF. There's that coin downgrade you guys were talking about from Bank of America. All right, there are some of the downgrades. Let me get them into the other room now. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, the major sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Show More. Sector status, let's see what's happening. So we're in for a mildly positive open. I'm looking at the SPY right now. Let's take a look at the individual sectors. All right, so everything is up. Everything is up. Oil. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is the energy sector, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% green. What does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. Okay. And so there is no weak sector really to start off the day. Coming here. Give me one moment, please. Okay, let's take a look at XLE again. I like to just take a look at the sectors, the major sectors, with respect to their moving 200-day moving average. So, you know, we were getting perilously close a few days ago, XLE was, but now we're starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. See my daily chart, that is the green line there, that is the 200-day. Take a look at XLF. XLF, the same thing. It was at the 200-day, starting to move away from it. Communications was yeah, I mean, look at communications, which has been the sorry ETF or sector. It is now starting to get closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. It's had a nice run for a couple of weeks. And that's XLC. What's the Nears deal to build a production facility in Indonesia? So it looks like Tesla is not going to get down to those double digits. Let's take a look at XLK technology. Yeah, a little lagging here in that 15. Okay, so again, this one is starting to approach the 200 day. It had that one miracle day where it got actually above the 200 day briefly intraday and then closed down below it. Since then, it was drifting down, but last few sessions, we're starting to move back towards that 200 day moving average. I keep watching this 10x, TENX. They did the reverse split, I think, last week or within the last couple of weeks. Still hasn't done anything. It's a matter of nailing it. If it, I don't mean 10x is going to happen necessarily, but nailing that reverse split on the day of, like yesterday's BIOR. Yeah, because in the pre-market there was really no clue this was going to happen, but then it ran from 239 all the way up to 6, and then man, up almost 10 after hours. Crazy. Yeah, I saw that. I saw some news actually on the and actually there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers for HKD. I see that I think they extended the lockdown period or something like that. Does that make sense? Yeah, here we go. After the company announced that it has received further confirmation of the previously announced 2-year lockup from key shareholders. All right, just looking to see if anything is sneaking in that I hadn't talked about before. Mentioned the INM, which was triggering. Low float. Okay, less than 1 million in the float, according to our provider. Vince McMahon returns as the chair. So WWE is, of course, in play, according to all the rumors that maybe they'll get bought out. I guess he turfed his daughter out, and so Vince McMahon took over again. Stock gains on that, but also there's all sorts of speculation that they're, being looking to maybe being bought. All right, RBLX is showing up here. So RBLX is also showing up now. Up, just snuck in. I think I have a 3% minimum, so it just snuck in 3% above yesterday's close. RBLX approaching, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average for RBLX. What was WBEN doing? Still hanging around that and just kind of hanging around, pretty choppy in the pre-market, topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, again, the news seems good. We'd need probably William to analyze it, but the news seems to be good. $175 million order over 2 years. Problem is, how much do they actually make from that? This EVGO is just creeping up a little bit, guys. EVGO is creeping up a little bit. Saw this one yesterday, had a big move yesterday. A little bit of a continuation. Where did it close at? Closed just under 5. I think I was watching this one yesterday for a 5 break. I don't think it really happened. No, it got up to 479. So a little bit of a 5 break now for EVGO. Pretty good volume, 172,000. The next high looking left, 518, then 536, and this area. So little bit, some areas of potential resistance that it has to get through. Yeah, I was asking about VWEN, William. I mean, on the surface, any press release that says $172 million, $175 million order over 2 years, 18 million in the float, so it's low float. Well, Trav, we have to wait, of course, for the market to open to see. I mean, obviously the market's having a nice little pop right now, but just have to wait for the market to open. Whether it continues all day is another thing. LIPO, guys, LIPO is the big pop up to 677 and it pulled back down to 470. I mean, that's a big drop, $2. Starting to come back a little bit again. Now we've got VWAP information for the pre-market, so 558 we have as the VWAP, so a little bit above the VWAP. Well, that's probably why it hasn't really soared higher, William. With that float, and that sort of a press release, you would think it'd be a lot more enthusiasm. Okay, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day. So glad we don't have any technical issues today. And I'll get rid of this. Our races will start at 9:30. Yeah, I don't see anything catastrophic, PJ. The only one that I saw was USEA, but I don't think there are shorts available. That one dropped quite a bit. I don't think there's shorts available for me. No, not at Interactive Brokers. Didn't see anything catastrophic. All right, guys, we are now open. Okay, so yeah, we're having a positive open, obviously, to start anyway. Just keeping an eye on BWEN. It's not moving really. LiPo is still under 6. LiPo still under 6. Yesterday's big mover, BIOR, drifting down now. Yeah, big outage, right, with the airline, but it didn't really do anything. I was watching jets this morning. I guess it all resumed at 9 o'clock. Didn't really do anything though. Yeah, there's our friend CVAC. I mean, CVAC just can't seem to hold its gains. It's still up. Well, it's not up now. It actually is not up now. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, IMVT just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it's not a lifetime low, so I will not take it early. IMVT, let's take a look. Want to see where the next lows are. So it's at what, 1625 right now. We have a low of 1581 there, 1604. So we've got some support maybe around the 16 level. Well, I just broke right through it. Is there any news on this one? IMVT, it's not an earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything. Look at that. Well, the 915 candle, but I guess the volume wasn't good enough. I didn't see it. Anyway, there's IMVT, but it's too early for me to take this. If there was a massive gap underneath, I might, but I don't see a massive gap underneath. And again, that's my conservative nature, guys. I mean, there's the IMVT. It's really tanking now, but I just have to stick to my guns on this one. If it had been a lifetime low and a bigger gap, probably I would have taken it. But anyway, there's IMVT. Lots of shares available. 1.6 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So must be, I would say most brokers will have shorts available for this one. IMVT. Look at this. There was the alert, 1619, 1499 now. Wow. The only other way I would have taken it also is if I had seen some horrible news about it. I didn't see anything. Well, they're saying, I'm hearing that they reported guidance, but I don't see that. So they're having earnings on the 3rd of February, and I guess they're already come out. I just don't see that news regarding guidance for IMVT. Well, not V guys. I don't know who Lake is, but maybe they've got some power because they have. I don't know if this is the only reason that not V is moving. Anybody know anything about this lake? And also Craig Hallam. Whoa, and a buy target of 34. Okay, well, here we go, guys. So some analysts have put some pretty lofty price targets, especially the last one of 34. And meanwhile, SHC is above yesterday's high. Had a great day yesterday. So they also have earnings. So NotV had some earnings also after hours. Didn't really do anything. I think it's mainly these price targets. Let's see if we can have any sort of a pullback in OTV. Because, guys, when you look left, what do we see? We see 733, I believe. 744. I think 733, 744 are the next highs looking left. What did it get to? It got up to 720. But you can just sort of see the gap, the potential gap fill. Okay, so X-ray has done not very, yeah, not bad volume. X-ray has basically indicated that they expect their Q4 sales higher. They don't release until the 27th of February. A lot of these companies, this is what they do though. They sort of prepare the market ahead of time. Okay, guys, it's not shortable for me, unfortunately. LIPO is starting to drift down towards that 5 level now. Not shortable for me. Well, with that float though, I mean, anything can happen later, 2.3 million in the float is traded 10 million already. It's about, what, about 4.25, the float, 4.25 times the float. So, well, I guess I got to look at GME. GME is on the run here. GME is on the run. No reason other than, of course, the memers, I guess, are getting a hold of GME, AMC, Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Well, let's see if it gets close to 20. That would be my shorting area. If it gets close to 20. Meanwhile, guys, not V is getting closer to that 733, 744 area. Takes that out. Look left, 1538. Now it had some really bad press, I think. I don't think it was them. I think it was a subsidiary of them. Something to do with monkeys and fraud or mistreatment. I can't really remember anymore. You'd have to look. The news came out on the 17th of November. Well, again, my caution didn't allow me to get into IMVT. PJ, you wanted a short? That was the one. That was the one. Wow. Just too early for me. Oh, Moderna. You were talking about Moderna. Let's take a look at Moderna. Ooh, yeah, no kidding. Big drop here. But you're right, outside my price range. What's the low yesterday was 180. Well, not V guys. If it takes out this 733, 744 area, nothing but blue sky for a while. And also with these. Okay, guys, there it goes. There goes not V. I mean, it's these price. Okay, I mean, one firm at $10, the other at 30 something, 35, I think I said. So a big level for it to clear that 744. Lots of volume coming in. Low float, 20 million in the float, 19.92 in the float. I read that or I heard that, William, about WWE, and somebody, I did catch the guy's name, but I did see that somebody was pouring some cold water on that potential merger or buyout. Come on, one more. Not be holding over that 744 mark. Go, go, go. They drifting back towards it. Let's see if it holds it. Okay, I'm resetting my price alert right back up here. Wow, look at this thing. I mean, it's very, very, very active, guys, obviously, okay? But that is such a key level for it to get through and maintain. 744, 733, 744. Those are those highs looking left. And after that, 1545. Not saying it's getting there, but then on top of that, we had even if we didn't have these, well, of course, the reason for the pop is probably those analysts, but I don't think it's any. I mean, sure, they had earnings, but no big reaction. They had earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction. There's a mauve area. You can see flatlined right across. So it had no reaction whatsoever. Oh, Dell's taking a hit here. I think it's mainly just these tech. I mean, we're talking about PC sales plunged 28% in Q4. Pandemic boom is fading. I don't think it's specific to Dell, but they're talking Dell and HPQ and Apple, et cetera, et cetera. Take a look at XLK. What is it doing? Oh, XLK is still pretty good. So it's just the PC manufacturers. PC and Apple, sorry. Okay, not V, are you gonna go one more time through 744? That'll get me really interested. Again, it was a little too early for me to take that, so now it is 9:45, 15 minutes in, so let's just see if it can get back over that level. Hmm. Even Carvana is lifting a little bit here. Well, quite a bit, guys. Look at Carvana, CVNA, CVNA. I'm sure this is just memers. I'm sure it's got nothing to do with the Carvana Professional Pickleball Association. Oh, it is. Pickleball. I think if it was such a crazy name, I might even played, but yeah, BIOR. I mean, it's a 1 day wonder. Well, 1.5 day wonder. Okay, guys, not V is starting to get back up to that 744 mark. Ah, B win. Ah, sugar. Missed it. Missed it. B win had the pop. Showed up in my 10 day daily breakout at 399. I just flat out missed it. And I think BWN is, yeah, it's halted. BWEN is halted. Shoot. Okay, not V. Excuse me, guys, not V. Right back up. I don't know. Well, not 100%, but if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll be 9:53 plus 54 seconds. I mean, again, typically they are 5 minute halts, so it halted at 9:48 plus 54 seconds, so 9:53 plus, so just, and LiPo just got halted on the way up or down? Up, okay, on the way up. So this is not over. More importantly, where could it open? So here we are, 578. So no big clue where it's going to open. There's the halt, 577. And BWEN, here's the potential open, 469, etc. So I don't think it's going to be that. There's the halt at 460. But again, this is not 100%. I mean, this will change. Now, I don't know how close I could have got it to the 399 anyway. This is what I'm talking about. This is my 10-day daily breakout, 399 at 948, but I missed it. Hey guys, I got booted out of the Not V, took a small loss on it. I'll keep looking at it. See if it takes up at 744 again. Put an alert around 750, see if it takes it out again. Just because of the float and those price targets. Certainly not because it released earnings. So again, guys, if you people ask this question, maybe you're not Trade Idea subscribers. If you're not, that's fine. But I have the halts resumes here. Okay, so this is one of the scans I'm sharing. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. When it's a volatility halt, typically it is a 5-minute halt. Not 100%. So again, if you look at, there's a time, LiPo, 950 plus 6 seconds. So 5 minutes from there, 955 plus 6 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt. Again, there's BIOR. You can see exactly that was a 5-minute halt. For BIOR, it was halted at 947 plus 54 seconds, open exactly 5 minutes later. That's typically what how long a volatility halt is. If it is not 5 minutes, then usually it's a multiple of 5 minutes. So if it's not 5, then it'll be 10. Not 10, then 15. Now I don't know of a way to know whether or not for sure it'll be a 5. But I would say that 90% of the halts, maybe even more, are 5-minute halts when it's a volatility halt. Well, news halts are, yeah. I mean, I'm only talking volatility halts. News halts could be forever in theory. Look at this, guys. Shoot, I'm just missing some of these things. Look at this reversal for IMVT. So it was a great short for a while, and now look at this pop for IMVT. Why is Bros hitting the top scan? Somebody mentioned. I didn't see that. That's quite a while ago. I don't think I saw this at all. BROS. January weekly restaurant survey shows a bounce back in demand. I don't know. Maybe that's a reason. Okay, LiPo resumed, guys. LiPo resumed, and no big pop actually. No big pop. We got halted at 577. So and BWEN also opened, and not a big pop for it either. Maybe keep an eye on LiPo over 6, guys. If it takes out 6, it might have a run in it, whole number. Maybe these two highs right there, 610. It might. It's a very low float, I believe. Yeah, Jamie, I read all about that Wells Fargo, well, really stream or down downgrading, or not downgrading, what's the word I want? Downsizing their mortgage business. So I guess they're not out 100%, but a huge chunk of it. So was it Riven who got hit by mass executive exodus? And so why not? Why not pop the price $4.50? I'm sorry, 4.5%. Okay, so this wasn't today. They've quit in recent months. Okay. Okay, so there's no reason for Carvana to be up other than it's got to be just the memers, with GME, AMC, Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't see any other news for this. It can't be the fact that they're sponsoring the Professional Pickleball Association. Yeah, keep an eye on LiPo, guys. LiPo is approaching that 6 again. You can see that the 9:30 and the 9:45 15-minute candles basically got up to the same price and stopped. So if it can somehow take that price out, in the pre-market, it got up to 679. The all-time high looks like around 775. Well, as I said, if it had a different name, I think I'd take it more seriously. Yeah, okay, can't. Okay, GME, please get close to 20. Where is the next? 1999. Pins, you guys are talking about pins, Pinterest. Let's take a look at PINS. Yeah, nice little run for it. Don't see any news on it. I wanted to see if this one finally starts. Yeah, this is not short of for me. HOLO. I was wondering if this would continue, and it looks like there is finally some profit taking for HOLO. So after the big gap down for STEM, it has reversed, got down to $8, back up to 9. That's STEM, STEM. And HKD, hopefully nobody got roped into this one. HKD, actually there's 1,400 shares available, Interactive Brokers to short. 1307 was yesterday's low. Uh, Amazon inching closer now, getting closer to that $100 mark. $7 away. Nice move off its lows of about 82. We're kind of had 82 a couple of times. All right, MLGO. Wow. Okay, this is that. Yeah, that's okay, guys. Keep an eye on MLGO. This is a lot like well, the Holo, HOLO. In that, look at the this is the day I guess it went public or turned from a SPAC, whatever. This is the day it started trading as MLGO, got as high as 71.34. This was on December 13th, and starting to run here. This could just be one of those. Come on, get the. I'm trying to get. I can't get the scale to work. All right, let me take a look, trying to see what high it was yesterday. 175 was yesterday, so it's just been sitting here. Remember what I'm not saying is the same thing is going to happen. You know, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but it looks really similar, you know, to the Holo that had when it came out. It had the big, huge pop and then did nothing for months. And I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen. There's no news on this one. Just checking to see if there's any news. I don't see any news on it. And of course, it's a low float, 5 million in the float. Futu? Is it wow because it's still moving higher or wow because it dropped? Yeah, over 50. Yeah, what a run. I mean, let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, KWeb's not doing much today, but I mean, KWeb's been, flattening out for the last few days. So we haven't seen a big drop in a lot of the China stocks. And then some like Futu are just soaring here. So 50 was a huge level to take out, try to take out. 60.53 is the next. All right, guys, not V is not doing what I was hoping it would do, taking out that 740 again. So keep an eye on this MLGO, guys. I mean, this could be the wild one. Hmm. Okay, GSUN, big one from yesterday. GSUN, not doing too much right now. Well, it's up 11%. China education stock. Oh, disappear, but it's not wanting to. So Ape is on the move here, guys. Of course, Ape and AMC tied. I'm still keeping an eye on LIPO, in case it takes out 6 later on. With that float, if I remember, yeah, with that float, guys, 2.3 million. I mean, later on in the day, if it can take out 6, it could have a run. The high 772, the all-time high is 772. Well, I don't know what happened here. If this was a SPAC, I don't think it was a SPAC. I don't think it was an IPO. I'm just looking at the. It might. Okay, maybe it was 55% in the lifetime range. I guess that makes sense. Is Holo another China stock? No. Well, so halts again, guys. Jay Z got halted on the wow. Jay Z got halted on the way up. Another education stock, China education stock. It's had a nice run, great run, 70, 80 cents a few days ago, up to $2 now. Another low floats, 10 million in the float. How's TAL doing? How the other China education stocks doing? TAL. So little guys, look at TAL not doing well. EDU, same. So it's, how about Go GOTU? Oh, so you really see Jay-Z when all this was happening with the China education stocks. In fact, look what was happening to it. It was not. So maybe it's just because it's such a low float and cheap. Yeah, it may have done a reverse split, Jay-Z. Let me take a look at the float. It's probable, because I don't remember this being up. I know what you're saying, but that's probably reverse split adjusted. Another beaten up stock, guys, Affirm, AFRM, having a nice little run here, trying to see where it could go before it hits some resistance. Probably 11. Very choppy, very choppy market again. You know, we had the little run in the pre-market. First candle green, second candle red, wiping it out. Next candle green for a while. Yeah, long Fate from Shady. Let's take a look at Fate, Fate. Yeah, look. I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, that's the big deal about Fate, guys. Look left. 10, sorry, 10, 1144 is the next high looking left. So that is the deal about Fate. Got hammered on this day. I don't remember. I can't remember why exactly. From we're going broke, we're going to be bankrupt to maybe it's not so bad. There's Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. This one, okay. TGTX just over the whole number, 1313. Let's take a look left on the weekly. Where could it go? This has got some room. TGTX has some room, I believe. Yeah, so the next high in the weekly is 1526. So TGTX has some room. Had a great week 2 weeks ago. Nice week 2 weeks ago. Kind of flattened out last week. Trying to continue maybe a little bit this week. So it does have some room on the weekly chart, 1526. We're at 1306 right now for TGTX. This is a gap up in reverse, guys. MDRX, let's take a look at it on the daily. Let's see where it could go. It's right at that whole number. The next low looking left, it's too close. 1770, too bad. I wish it was down here around 17. So to me, it's just too close. MDRX, too close. All right, guys, BIOR just halted on the way up. BIOR just halted on the way up. The VWAP is at 655, so I guess there's maybe a case to be made. If it takes out that VWAP, it might have another run. Got up to almost $10 after hours yesterday. All right, one more look at this not V to see it's trying to hold, maybe trying to hold 7. Been a disappointment for me anyway. Well, if you took a loss on it, it should have been a manageable loss, all right? You had a stop in place, so As long as you have a stop and place, Bo. Got to have a place you're going to get out of that trade when it's not working for you. Don't want to take a big loss. Lucid. Wow, what a move. Yeah, no kidding. It's straight up so far. Just a horribly beaten up stock. I mean, it's lifetime lows down here. Okay, so NotV is trying to hold 7, NOTV trying to hold 7 now, but I still think it's got to get through that 744 mark in a big way. Yeah, the EV sector has been hot today. Lithium, another one that I saw earlier, LTHM. I know it's Livent, but it's a lithium play. Okay, buy OR, VIOR just resumed. I did not pop though. The hot was at 606. Did not pop. Look at this one, guys. Flex, FLEX, a lifetime high right now. Flex, a lifetime high. I think we saw this one a couple of days ago. Closed near the highs. Yeah, 2342 was the lifetime high. So Flex is now a lifetime high. FLEX. All right, guys. Well, again, unbelievably, we still have that promo code in place for 25% off. So I know yesterday I really couldn't go over a lot of stuff because of the issues we're having in the room. Couldn't display anything. Just give me a moment. Got an error trying to post something in our YouTube room. Okay. All right. So I put in my homepage link, a lot of information there. Hmm. Allowing me to post that link in the YouTube room. Interesting. Okay. Click on my homepage link. And I did put the promo code in. Okay. Don't use Barry15. You can still use New Year 25 for 25% off. Okay. Meanwhile, Bed Bath & Beyond just took out three, up to 313 now. Wow. So click on Get Trade Ideas and you'll see how much it costs. We have four plans: an annual, monthly, premium, standard, annual 2000, excuse me, for our premium, 1000 for our standard, minus the 25%. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to take out a monthly, that's fine. In fact, don't take out an annual unless you know you want the product. You have to look at the terms and conditions about a refund on an annual. So you can still use the user standard 118, 228, less than 25% for the first month only. Okay. If you decide though that you want to take out an annual, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% discount. This is also open if you're in a monthly subscription right now and you want to take it and you want to upgrade to an annual, then you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which has had no trades yet today. Now let's see if this is working. No, still not working there. Okay. So, oh, I'll show you. If you're taking out a subscription, you should absolutely do the get started, but I'll show you where it is in the guide. Daily stock of the day that I do, you can sign up for it here. Okay. This guy, I can't handle this guy from Benzinga anymore. Sorry. Okay. So you can sign up for my trade of the week or trade of the day that I do. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is a free service. Education. Fingers crossed. The user guide should be working now. Hey, back to normal. Okay. So there's the getting started that I was trying to show you. Okay. Do the getting started. At the very least, again, this will take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and all about the stock racing. Obviously other things in the user guide, but nail those first, then you can look at other things that might be of interest. The getting started, there it is again. Okay, the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. I opened the other room at 8 o'clock Eastern on the edge, sorry. Okay, I opened the other room 8 in the morning. I don't get on the mic though until 9 in all the rooms. Daily support. So today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I do take a break between 12 and 1. Jamie and one of the other traders takes over, and it should be Jamie. That's his day. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the Discord and our pro room. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Great series, but Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, introductions, what is a stock, exchanges, order flow, the whole bit. Okay, this is a free resource, guys. Last, my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that I'm displaying. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down right here. And you'll hear me talk about Halts resumes. We have a lot of Halts resumes. No idea on the success rate of the trade of the week. No idea. Because people trade it differently. I mean, if you get in, some people don't take it right at the. So I really don't know on the edge. It's free, so you kind of manage it on your own. So if you want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then that promo code that I put in, the New Year 25. The room gets credit. This is a free room, and I get credit also. Also, if you save my link, you can have access to my scans at any time, and of course, the big education section. All right, guys, Not V is starting to move a little bit again off the $7 level. Listen, as a trade, great, BBBY. Wow, look at GME. Yeah, it didn't get close enough to 20 for me. I wanted to short that one, or I sort of lost sight of it. Oh, it did hit 20. Oh well. I wanted to short it if it hit 20, and it did hit 20.05. Missed it. Here's another little EV play out of Vancouver, actually. Wow, still under $1, man. Solo, SOLO. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to be very active a few years ago with all the other EV players, but really haven't seen it for a long time. Look at this market now, big red bar. Yeah, this is a very choppy market today. I had some earlier, I think, but not now for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Canada Goose, GOOS. Wow, what a run it's been on, guys. $16 a couple of weeks ago, 22 now. Nice run, cold weather. I'm not in not V, but it is, maybe again, if it gets over that 740, 750 mark, where is the, so it's over the VWAP. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much. I want to take a look at some of these large cappers. Especially anything just over a whole number. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of looking to see if there's anything interesting. I mean, the not V is interesting, but it's got to take out 750. Maybe later on in the day. I had some hope, but I'm going to keep watching this one for the next few days. Is MLGO. I had some hope that it might take out this 180 mark, but it didn't do it. And just because of what happened a few, the 13th, I guess, of December. No, it'll reset it at every day. If you get out of you, we give you $100,000. I think there might be a way now you can even adjust it. I haven't looked at that for a long time, but no, they give you $100,000. So if you got out of every trade at the end of the day, you'll have $100,000. Talking about the simulator. Make sense? Let's take a trade here in the simulator. LASE. They say it is more robust now, so let me see if that is the case. Let's take do 500 shares. We'll go in at the market, send it. Yep. Yeah, so they spent some time again with this AWS migration. We've had some definitely some little growing pains, and one of them was the simulator. and it was taking maybe 10 to 15 seconds sometimes to enact a trade, but I actually tried one in the pre-market. It was instant, and this one was instant. So here's how you can practice trading, guys. Just use our simulator. Our simulator is part of our standard service. You have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. You saw how easy it was for me to take a trade. And all you do is you just click on Sim. Well, first of all, load Brokerage Plus. So click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and here's your window. And then you click on Sim. When you load Brokerage Plus, this is what you'll see. It'll be disconnected and it'll say not connected. So all you have to do is just click on Sim and it'll change to account. Even that is quick now. And click on account and then it'll pop up simulated trading default. And now you're in our simulator. So again, you don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. And then these are some hotkeys, very basic ones. You want to get out of a trade, you can flatten it. So if I had a series of trades here, just highlight the one I want, flatten it, or I could get it to half my trade, or I could double my position. Let's take the not V. We'll do a few of these just to show you how you can do it. So I'm going to click on not V. And for some reason, okay, I've lost my connection to Brokerage Plus. So all I do, I'm just going to load it again. I'm not going to try to figure out why. Well, there's where my watch list was disappearing to. Okay, so let's do the not V. There it is over here. Just click on the symbol. Not V shows up. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, again, I just flatten it. So there's the lays. I took 500 in the simulator, took 500 shares at 343 at 366 now. Let's do some not V. Do 300 shares. We're going at the market. Yeah, basically instant now, guys. So this is what I was saying. If I want to get out of this trade, I just highlight it and flatten it. Of course, I could go in and execute it from here, get out of the trade, how many shares I want, or I could get out a half, or I could double my position. And if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day in the simulator, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay. Well, this IMVT, this showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown earlier, and it had a big, big drop. But what a comeback. If it gets through 17, I mean, this has got a shot, guys. I mean, it could go positive or back to yesterday's close. I didn't see any reason for the big drop, except I think I heard the guy when I was listening to the guy from Benzinga. I think he said that they had pre-released or something, or guiding poorly, something to that effect. Well, even this holo is trying to come back, guys. So the high yesterday was what? 828? So now they're both going down. FRO and EURN are both going down. The fight they're having. Oh yeah, it's hard to let your winners run. It is really hard not to be very anxious about when you have a little bit of profit to take some, because I mean this market, I mean, look at the day today, look at this choppiness. Now some of the, small ones, they don't care so much, but even they eventually kind of run out of steam, and that's always the challenge. All right, just for fun, I am going to take 100 shares of this, okay? Oops, shares, yeah, 100 shares of this. Okay, and I'm going to keep this in here for a while, okay, this MLGO, just in case it does something like the Holo did. I'm just looking at its history, and of course, there was a first day of trading, got up to $73. I do remember this. China stock, and if I look at Holo, you can sort of remember what that one looked like, and then I'll back this. You can see it did sort of the same thing, not the same day, not exactly the same price, of course, but the same idea, a big day, and then, nothing for months. and then it's had this little run. So I'm just going to see if this MLGO, maybe this is the start. And I'll do the same thing with the not V. Okay, I'm going to keep this in here for a while, just to see if the craziness of not so much the $10 price target, but the 30, whatever it was, $35, $34 price target put on it by Craig Hallam. Okay, let's just see. Now, one of the things I like to see is, or columns I like, that the today's P&L obvious, but the max P&L, this is showing me how much I could have made if I got out right at the top. Okay, with the 500 shares. So we're at the very top. If I look at LASE, so if I'd been able to sell it right up here at 379, and now I'm only up 67 again in the simulator. Okay, so it's a good idea to keep an eye on these two, because if I get out of this trade right now, I make $60. Okay, could have made 152. Now no one's ever trying to say you can always get out right at the top, but imagine if this had said like $500. At one point I was up $500. Now I'm only up 77. So this is giving you maybe an idea about how good your exits are. And even worse, of course, is allowing something that you were positive in turn into a negative. No, I'm not saying this one. I mean, you're only up $37. Now you're down 26. That's not a big deal. But again, if you can appreciate, if you were at one point were up $500 or so in a trade, and then you allow it to get down to only being up 100, you have to manage your exits better. That's how you can practice. You can practice using our simulator. Okay, so the question is, does membership come with a platform? Are you talking about like a brokerage account on the edge? I mean, no. I mean, if that's your question, you need to have a broker to trade. Is that what you meant? Yeah, no, you have to get a broker. We're not a broker. No, we're a scanner. We do connect to many brokers. You can actually use this window here, this Brokerage Plus window, to trade from within Trade Ideas if you had an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, but we also connect to many brokers. Connecting meaning that when I click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform, and from there you can trade. But we're not a broker. You need a broker. But with our simulator, you don't need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So So I'm saying, if you should practice, anybody, not just you, but I mean, anybody should practice trading first before they commit money to the market. And it might be 3 months, might be 6 months, might be a year before you actually, commit real money to the market. So that's why our simulator is great, because it uses our real-time data. So you can practice. No, time and sales, again, when I display this is from Interactive Brokers. You'll get that from your broker, time and sales. I mean, it's also cheap. I mean, I don't know. I think I pay $10 a month for Interactive Brokers, I think. And it gives me time and sales, gives me a lot of things. Yes, I pay a little commission, but it doesn't bother me at all. Ooh, I wanted to take that holo. Did I miss it? Yeah, I was looking to take this actually, as it was starting to approach that high again. So it's above the VWAP now, 732, above the VWAP. It's a great idea, using the simulator though. I mean, it's a great way to, even if you are not new to trading, but just practicing, maybe you've got a new strategy that you like to check out, test out, before you commit, you might take some trades, use the simulator, see how it goes. And again, I'm never talking about auto trading. Look at this PROK, guys. I mean, it was shortable. Sugar, it was shortable. So we saw this in the pre-market, all the way up to 15 something, almost 16. And now it's a publication of the trial design. So very fluffy, but some of these fluffy little press releases have really caused stocks to just go crazy. Now, maybe it's because it wasn't a super low float, 45 million in the float. Maybe that's the reason. But anyway, now it's gone negative. So see how LASE has come back? Oh, watch. I'm going to exit the trade. Okay, I'm just going to flatten it. Show you how you can do it. Well, this is really major. Are you in the room today? Because I know you were not complaining, but how the trades were not executed very quickly in the simulator, but now it's basically instant. I missed the boat. I'm on, you probably heard me say I wanted to short GME if it got close to 20. And it got what, 2007, and that's where I wanted, but I just, I was doing something else, obviously. So now the other thing to keep an eye on is a column that I don't call it, but we've got the distance from the exit price. Okay. So This can help you see how good are your exits. So I got out of the LASE, okay, at 372. And at this point, it is now 18 cents above. So you could say, so obviously what you'd rather see is a big negative number. Okay. Now, is this a huge positive? No, but if all of a sudden this turns into, 56, 50, 60, 70, 80 cents above the exit price, you might start to have to say, say to yourself, I guess I exited too soon. Maybe I should have only taken out a half or a quarter, things like that. This can kind of help you manage your exit, see how good your exits are. I love this column, the distance from the exit and the max PNL. Um, So when you say, are they working correctly, Jamie? See, I don't use these, so I know Michael was complaining about they're not, not exactly working the way he wanted them to, but I don't know what the problem was, to be honest. So I mean, if I look at TTM squeeze, somebody was asking about that earlier, not today, but so this is, so I don't know. Is this working? I have no idea. I mean, when you say working, I mean we're getting data. Let me just ask Michael. Okay, so I've just asked Michael the question, is it working correctly? And if it isn't, what exactly is the issue? Because I don't know what the issue is. I don't use the ME, so, but I do see we're getting alerts here, RVMD. This is on a daily. So I just pinged him and he's answering now. So he says some are, some aren't. Okay, so let me like the TTM squeeze. So I can't tell if this is working or not. Okay, so let me go to another one. Oops. Let's do the strength alerts, TI strength. I think that might be one that, let me, okay, Spinity, I see what you're asking. I'll should be able to help. Just give me, I'm just trying to figure out what it means when it says not working. I don't know if this one is working or not. I'm seeing the date here. Of course, this is today's date, so I don't know what it means. I really don't know. This looks pretty good, guys. Geo looks pretty good. Well, again, what he said was some are, some aren't, and the list is too long to type. Most are not working. I just don't know what it means when he's saying it's not working. So the only one we might not be able to do, Spinity, is the volume. Yeah, the dollar volume. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can do the dollar volume above 40% above yesterday's dollar volume. Okay. Everything else is easy. Okay, so what is your trigger on it though? Okay, you need if I create an alert window, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you're looking, what is your trigger? A new high for the day, new low for the day, a new 5 minute high, or do you just want a top list to show you stocks? Okay, so just to show it. So that would be a top list. Okay, well let's see if I can do it. So new top list window. I'm going to start from scratch. Okay, load. So whoops, here we go. Okay, let me do it again. File, new top list window. Start from scratch, load the settings. Now say okay. Okay. Okay, so you're looking for stocks between, again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, between $1 and $15. Okay, so let's start off with the easy ones. So the price is between 1 and 15. The volume is greater than 200,000 shares, looks like. Okay. So I'm just going to type in 200K. The open is 40% above the previous close. So that's the gap. So I'm going to just type in gap. That's a big gap. Okay, 40%. Oh, 2 million. Okay. All right. Okay. Current price is less than the open. Okay. That might be the tricky one. I know we can do it with a custom, but let me just position of the open. No, add the filter. Okay, so Okay, it's not doing what I wanted it to do. Just give me a moment. Okay, let me try the other ones. Get the easy ones. Should be the position of the open. Why is it that's not giving me what I want? Position of the open should be this, and I should put a negative number in. And so it should be below the open, but why is it telling me not? It must be something I'm not. Try this to start anyway, okay? And see what you're getting. I don't know why it's saying the position of the open was, they should be telling me below the open. Hey, ah, just a minute. This may require a custom formula. Have you ever written a custom formula before, Spinity? Because I think it's going to require a custom formula to show the price below the opening, below the opening print. So it's a little more complicated. How important is that? Okay, let me just start this right here. Okay, I want to add some columns here. See, right now, you only have two symbols that meet your requirement, like all your requirements except for the price being below the open. In which case you may not get, see, these are the only two that are meeting your requirements so far, LiPo and BWEN. Yeah, because I think the other one, if you've never created a custom formula before, then I think, well, this is what I've got so far, okay? So here's your, 1 in 15, 2 million shares. The open was 40% above the previous close, okay? The only one I don't have right now is the current prices below the open, which I think is going to require a custom formula. We have those data points for sure, but it's a little complicated. If you've never written one before, if you've written one before, it's super simple. Okay, if you've done a custom formula, fine, then I'll give you the data points, okay? Good, I'm glad. Let me just show you what they would be. Got all these tabs open and okay. So just give me a moment as I find it for you. Well, I'm showing you the filters right there. Stocks is between 1 and 15. I mean, that's just price and a volume filter. And then this is the gap filter. Okay, stocks where the open was at least 40% above previous close. This is the gap filter. So if I click on well, that is the summary. But if I click on this, see, that's the gap. And you wanted it to be 40% above yesterday's. So that first print is 40% above yesterday's close. So you say you're able to do this. So here are your two custom formulas to use. Expected open is today's open. Okay, that's the formula. And then the price is today is the current price. So if you want the price to be below the open, you're going to put like a formula saying price less than most recent close. And then you'll put 1 in the min box to make that statement true. There we go. Pepe's writing it. Okay, and then so if you've created one before, so it'll be a custom formula just as Pepe is writing it, and then you'll put 1 in the min box to make the statement true. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So I don't know what you mean by the Windows specific filter. So here are the filters. You asked for the prices between 1 and 15. The volume is at least 2 million shares, and the open is 40% above yesterday's close. And then the last one is the custom formula that Pepe is putting there. That would be the actual formula. So I mean, I can give this to you. I mean, this is simple. This is very, very simple. I can give it to you. And then you just have to add the custom formula. Okay. You did hear that right. Current price below the open. Yes. All right, guys, keep an eye on this, this MLGO. You're probably right, Shady. Yeah, you might not need a custom. Change from the open. I was, for some reason, I was looking at the position. You may not need I mean, certainly the price less than the expected open. Change from the open. Will that do it? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So you don't actually need a custom. You can use the change from the open. Okay, just so if you, there it is, there's the filter change from the open. And in the max, put something, puts, a negative number like -0.01 or something like that. And if you click on the summary, it says stocks where the price was down at least 0.01% from the open. So it's going to be below the open. Thanks, JD. I thought there was something. I was looking at the position of the open for some reason instead of the change from the open. Okay, Spinity, so you don't actually need a custom formula for that. I have no idea how many alerts you're going to get though, but you might not get very many, or there won't be alerts set up as a top list, but you might not get very many, but maybe that's all you want. BIOR, yeah, great move. It's that move. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Oh, it's Chloe. You guys don't hear Chloe anymore with my noise canceling. Oh my goodness. Yeah, miss out on the bio, BIOR. So, practice, you can practice trading. For instance, you hear me talk about VWAPs and all. That might be a trading strategy for you. So, for instance, you look at BIOR, the VWAP was 659. It tore through it. You might say, okay, if it takes out the VWAP by say 10 cents, 15 cents, I'll take the trade. As an example, I'm just using this as an example. and I'll put my stop just below the VWAP as an example. You can practice trading like that. The other way, of course, is that watching a stock as it above the VWAP and starts approaching it. Will it bounce off it? Again, so you can maybe put a price alert near the VWAP, see if it comes back down towards it. And then if that VWAP holds and it moves, I don't know, 10 cents above it, depending on the price of the stock, of course, maybe you take the trade. Again, putting your stop just below the VWAP. You can practice. It's been a choppy one, but it's held the VWAP also. Shady's talking about fate. I mean, it's held the VWAP. You can see VWAP's at 552. Okay, so there is that purple line is the VWAP. You can see a few times it tried to touch it and bounced off it. And of course, the attraction of fate is because of the void. Look at the void, look at the gap, potential fill. And when we talk about that, we're not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Take one aspect of why a stock won't keep going higher out of the equation, chart resistance being one of them. So when you look left for fate, the next high is 1144. So you're talking a stock that's at 565 right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Here's another one that's just ripping, guys. It's just another, it doesn't look like it's an EV play. Oh, it is an EV play. Okay, AMV, guys. So the EVs are strong today. The high is 474 looking left. So this has got a little bit of room. Actually, it's got a lot of room to the next high. Again, not saying it's getting there. So you might look at this and go, okay, I don't want to chase it. Maybe if it pulls back, that'd be a big pullback to the VWAP though. I mean, from 395 to 324. If we're a little closer though, you might say, okay, let's wait to see if it can pull back to the VWAP, put a price alert there, see if it happens. Doesn't happen, well, you just pass on it as opposed to trying to chase it. But I mean, this has got a lot of room. AMV. This one was a strange one a couple of days ago. The VYGR, big pop. I think it had some, well, it looked to me like pretty good news, but it sold right off. Decent day yesterday and a continuation, and now it's challenging the high of a couple of days ago. And this was okay. Been Seeking Alpha is really changing up their style here. So I had a licensing agreement with NBIX, yes, and I think NBIX gave them 136 million in cash and 39 million new. So a bit of a financing, but 136 million in cash. Maybe it was the financing at 888 that caused it to drop a little. But anyway, here we are again with Voyager. Voyager. I know I shouldn't be so intrigued by this one, but this MLGO, it really intrigues me. Okay, just in case this is sort of the start of a similar move that Holo had. When it did nothing for months and months and months and months and months, and finally it broke out. And then it had a tremendous 4-day run. You know what? Goose is red bar ignored. I think Goose is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart, guys. GOOS. What a run it's had. Let's take a look left to see where the next high is on the weekly chart. Looks like 2260, so it's still got a little bit of room till it hits that next high in the weekly chart for GOOS. Worth watching, yeah. Worth watching is WW. PT, I do know that, being from Montreal. I just like saying Voyageur as opposed to Voyager. Radisson and Groseilliers, a couple of the original Voyageurs. And I realize nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's okay. What a turnaround for IMVT. Okay, guys, I'm watching Goose for a second break of 22 and see if it takes it out again. It's just pulled back just a little bit. There's the VWAP. Let's see if it holds. See, there's a classic. Okay, there's the VWAP at 2177. So you could have a strategy that says, okay, I want to maybe put a price alert just above the VWAP, see if it see what happens at that, if it does. I mean, if it pulls back to that level. So why don't I do that? I'll just stick an alert around 2185 and see if it pulls back close to the VWAP and then see what it does there. See if it bounces off it and continues higher. We already have seen that it's got some room on the weekly chart. And it's just had a great 3-week run, 17 to 22. You know, for it, it's interesting. It only has 53 million in the float. I mean, it's not super low, but it's certainly not a high float stock. Oh, massive miss by me, man. Oh well. Realistically, if I got that short just under 20, I would have written it down to probably 1924. I'm not sure what happened here. Probably got rid of some, waited for a 19 break to see if it happened. But anyway, unfortunately, I doing something else. Well, this is continuing down, guys. EURN. And they're ticked off that FRO called off their business combination, I guess it's called. And I don't know what. Here we go. So, war of words here, guys. Frontline CEO, FRO, that's the symbol. Termination of the combination agreement is definitive. Believes there are valid grounds. Certain conditions and assumptions under the agreement with Euronav were not met, whereas Euronav is disputing it. Cool. Look what Seeking Alpha is doing. They're getting creative in their headlines. Not the headlines so much, but the pictures are showing the images. Big deal. It was a $4.2 billion merger deal. All right, guys, Goose, back to 22. See, this is what I was saying. I think this is a red bar ignored. Let's take a look at it on a bigger chart. Not quite, almost a red bar ignored. Here's 21. So the red bar ignored, if that red bar had been completely engulfed by that previous green candle, it would have been. But the high of that candle is the green candle is 21.98. The high of this one is 22. So it's almost a red bar ignored. Then the next bar is green. So sort of you have your trend, you have your pause in your trend, and then a continuation. Ooh, haven't looked at this one for a while, guys. Look at KALV. Look at it on the weekly chart. Tons of room looking left. This is, I think, the same day that NOTV, or the same week. Might have been the same week that that dropped. Sort of remember these two. And look at the room it's got. Not very much volume today. This was the one from yesterday. I forgot to keep watching it. This is the big one from yesterday on the short. BCAB, I believe. Yeah, BCAB. So sort of a continuation down. The low yesterday was 354, so it's a little bit above that right now. So what does that mean, William? The bonds are trading at 8 cents in relation to a share price. I have no idea. Does that mean that the price should really crater? I mean, is that what you're implying? The goose is cooking, guys. So I don't know. Yeah, what is the correlation when you're saying bonds are trading at 8 cents and the price is at 3? What is the correlation? I'm completely ignorant of that. I just can't chase this one. AMV just ripping here, guys. AMV, what did I say? The next highway? Yeah, 474. Just hope we were maybe waiting maybe to see if we could get close to the view app and then bounce, but this is just ripping here. AMV. So this is, yeah, this doesn't trade very much. Is there another ETF you guys know of for this is this is autonomous and electric vehicles ETF, DRIV. Just doesn't trade very much, 40,000 shares. But you can see what it's done over the last few days, couple of weeks. It's gone from 1950, so a couple of dollars here for DRIV. I just don't know if there's a better one, better in terms of amount traded. No, wow, 11:48 already. So I'm just going to confirm that it is Steve in our YouTube room today. I'm sorry, Jamie. Well, sort of a disappointment with the LiPo guys. I was really hoping it would take out 6 again and have a run just because of the float. This could have gone absolutely crazy, but it did not want to take out the VWAP again. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, and the BWEN, I suppose we should keep looking at it. Again, it's 18 million in the float. News seem pretty good. Holding the VWAP, maybe late, but look at the volume just completely drying up. So maybe later on in the day, it has a pop. And there's the AMV. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this. Again, I could not chase it. Look at this, guys. Look at the volume that came in and it just popped through, got right up to that high there, 474. Got actually up to 482. This is just showing up now in my 10-day daily breakout. And if you're wondering why is it showing up now as opposed to back here, some filters weren't met. It's that simple. One of them probably was the relative volume. I see it's 10.9 now. My minimum is 8. So it's, back here it was probably not close to 8. Wow, what a move. Everything is a pump and dump. Okay? Everything is a pump and dump. Some are more blatant than others. But no, seriously, I mean, of course, I mean, should this be up 67%? I mean, this is okay, reaches 2 gigawatt hours in customer demand for batteries. I don't know. I mean, there was some news. So, I mean, I have no idea how great that news is. It's obviously a milestone for the company. And the answer is yes. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes or so while I take my break. Look at AMV. Oh, crazy. I was just talking about this right around here and there, the 360 mark. Well, I mean, okay, there's the high over here is 474. Another high is 507. Looks like the next high is around 507. So, William, did you hear my question about the bonds? You're talking about the bond traders are usually the smartest guys on the block with 8 cents for BBBY bond price. What does that mean in relation to the share price? Okay. Oh, I see. I didn't read that. Yeah, I don't think that Bed Bath and Beyond and Best Buy can be, I mean, even though Best Buy is my favorite store, I never heard that Best Buy was ever going bankrupt. Um, yes, the big box stores were not as popular, of course, but I had never ever heard that Best Buy was going bankrupt. Just maybe, with I know they closed some stores and all that. I get that, but their online business is, I think, it's done quite well. And the other thing, depending on what you're buying, I mean, if you're going to buy a big screen TV, that's, a couple $1,000, you want to see it. You're not going to, I refuse to believe people are just going to buy things online without seeing it. Now, the more commodities, maybe, cheap laptops and all, perhaps, but anyway, that's my opinion. We didn't have Circuit City in Canada, but I do remember Circuit City. I mean, I do know, but Best Buy obviously won. All I know is my Best Buy store is always packed, and it's a big one. How is it doing? What a move though for AMV. What a move. And as you say, no shorts for me either. All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? 11:55. I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll wait for Jamie to show up in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube links in to Discord and the Pro Room. Okay, guys, and as I said, I'll put the YouTube links in. Jamie's not there yet, but should be there in about 3 or 4 minutes. And in fact, I hear a little pop. That means Jamie's there. Morning, Jamie.
Hey, Barry.
How are you?
I'm good.
Just give me a moment here. I'm just going to get the other rooms on mute. CF, you want a link to Discord? Okay, I'll give you a link to that. There you go. Okay, guys, I'm putting Discord and the Pro Room on mute now. Jamie is in the room. Jamie's in the house.
I am in the house.
In YouTube.
Give me 1 second here, Barry.
Sure. Ooh, look at the NXTP. I'm really interested in that one, maybe.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab the screen here.
All right.
Okay. I do believe I am there.
You are.
Yeah,
you
so,
are
I've been listening in on the YouTube channel all morning, and BIOR. I created some new windows last night to try to help me find additional things that are conducive to my style of trading. And interesting that you were talking about this VYGR, because I retooled these windows, and that's one of the first ones that came across today.
VYGR, the Voyager. Do I say Voyager? A little French.
And
Yeah.
also, Barry, look at this BIOR. Look at that little. Well, I think it
Yes.
alerted back here, but I resurrected an alert I haven't used in a long time. The unusual number of prints.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and this is the first day that I've been watching this since I just created it last night. But It's got some interesting correlations between a flurry of big prints. See that BIOR? That was like 305 prints.
Mm-hmm.
Now I forget what the timetable is on this one, but some interesting things coming through here today. BIOR is
Yeah.
one of the, look at that number of prints.
Mm-hmm.
It's up into the
Yeah.
1500s.
I don't think I've ever used it.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I haven't pulled this one up in probably 10 years or so.
Well,
But
didn't we have a scan that was called See It, like breaking news or See It Before the News or something like that?
that
And
rings a bell. Yeah.
I know we had something like that, and I'm wondering, I think maybe that had the unusual prints in it because that makes sense. By the way, Jamie, where are you getting that clock that I
Oh, you're talking
see?
about my stopwatch down here.
Yeah.
This is just you can pull it out of the Microsoft store for free. Um, the reason I have it up is because, since I've gotten a lot more into scalping over the past few months, what I've noticed are, well, I guess you could call them algorithms, right? Certain algorithms show up, like if a stock has, you know, eh, you never can tell for sure if there's a seller in a stock, obviously, a big seller.
Hmm.
Um, but I've noticed some of these algorithms that come in and they'll act the same way all the time. In other words, remember the old offer stepping down alert that we still
Hmm.
have, but when you look at it, there's never anything there because they're not manifesting themselves in the way that they used to. It's a lot more flashy. I don't know really how to explain it. But what I've noticed is if I'm targeting a stock to go short, and of course I can short it, it's not too hard to borrow. A lot of the times I'll see this algorithm come in and they'll hammer it. Doesn't matter what the bid is, how many shares are there. It won't look like there's a whole lot of shares on the offer. But what I've noticed is this algo will come in and it'll pound it for kind of what I've targeted here is about a 15-minute period, and then boom, it'll let up. So
Okay.
I'm like, okay, let's get a stopwatch on the desktop here, and let's just start timing these things when we see them come in, and see if we can notice any patterns. So that's that's why I've got the stopwatch up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? But what is the top list or alert window that you're using to detect these algos that are coming in?
Well, it's not. There's not a specific window. If I just happen to have that stock pulled up, and then I'll see that activity. So you bring up a very good point. So now that I can identify when they are, but I have to just randomly be pulling up that stock and notice that that activity is going on. I
Hmm.
can't, well, and believe me, the wheels are turning. Okay, how can I
Yeah.
potentially write a scanner to identify when a stock is exhibiting that activity versus just, you know, oh, I just happen to pull up stock XYZ and I've noticed that that activity is present. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just my, a way to try to collect some data. It might mean something. It might not mean anything, but I figure, well, if I'm seeing it from time to time, let's see how long it lasts, and perhaps we can eventually come up with a scan for it.
Okay. Well, I'll eagerly await it if you do.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll just get rid of that for now.
Yeah. I thought, man, where are you getting that? So that's just a Microsoft. That's just a free stopwatch.
Yeah, yeah. If you just search for Windows 11 stopwatch, that's just the way I found it. It's
Okay.
in the Microsoft store for free. Yep.
And you can set it for 50. The reason I ask is that some people, well, I guess you'd have to, I mean, look, I just use my computer. People ask, well, how do you know? I might say on the 15-minute chart, well, this candle has another 3 minutes to close. And I go, how do you know that? Well, I mean, it's obvious, I'm just looking at my computer clock and I'm just doing some quick
Right.
math. And,
Exactly.
and I guess in theory, you could set up a little stopwatch in theory on every little time frame if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could, but I'm more like you. When I look at this 15-minute
Yeah,
candle that's open right now, and I look down here, okay, it's got 12 more minutes, right?
exactly. I mean, it's
So.
Probably don't want to clutter up. Okay, Jamie, I will take off now. You got a little exercise routine that's going to take me 20 minutes, so I'll take off right
Good
now.
for you, Barry.
Now, can you?
I have aspirations of exercising again, and maybe someday I'll quit being so lazy.
There's no excuse for it, Jamie, because you're working at home, and so you don't even have to go to a gym, even if you just ran on the spot for 2 minutes to get you going.
You are absolutely correct, sir.
I know. Do you have to leave early, or can you stick
No,
around till
top of the
one?
hour's fine.
Top of the hour. Okay. All right, my friend. I'll put myself on mute now.
All right, we'll see you up on your return. Okay, hi everybody. Everybody's got eyes on my desktop. Just want to refresh everybody's memory. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So as Chris Varley typically says, we don't really have any pre-planned content here, just here to answer questions and talk about the markets and trading in general. But if you do have any questions, go ahead and throw them out there. Yes, Patrick, I have recently revamped my trading style over the past, well, this is month number 2, focusing more on scalping and exploring what that is in a zero commission environment. And I got to tell you, it's pretty interesting. Just a little brief history here. The way that myself and Dan, the CEO of the company, met, we were all So's Bandits back in the mid to late 90s. And with the advent of zero commission, it's kind of opened the door for that style of trading again. It's not exactly the same, but the methodology is similar. So never really had a problem back in the day being up against the market. The problem was overcoming commissions. Well, now that we don't have to pay commissions anymore, kind of removes the shackles and lets us stretch our legs a little bit more. All right, Edgar, I see your question there. What can you see on BIOR? Well, first and foremost is you might have heard me explaining to Barry. I kind of retooled my turbo brakes down here, which are basically just glorified high-low tickers. But if we take a peek in here, what I've done is I've really amped up the average daily volume. It's got to be 1 million shares average over the past 5 days, and we got to have relative volume in play of 3 times or higher. Only looking at stocks between a buck and 15 right now. And I'll just duplicate this window. And keep in mind, I just made these changes last night. I also just created this window last night to try to dial in this method a little bit more. But if we pop in here and just look at BIOR, okay, fingers work, please. All right, then you can see BIOR was all over this ticker right on the open. Of course, not really jumping in the first minute typically. As Barry likes to say, I typically try to sit out the first 15 as well, unless I see something really low risk, and then I'll take a stab at it. But as you can see here, the area of interest that I would have here, well, that was the initial high. So not really a whole lot of help just from the high, the new high at this candle right here, which when I click on it, it should, yeah, boom, there we go. Not a bad break from 676 up to 756. So not a bad move there on the range break. Okay. So, typically I like for these to be a little bit more conducive. And what I mean by that is not so much room here between the high and the low, but hey, the pattern is the pattern. And once that previous high was busted, we did get a little lift to the tune. Man, that was a pretty good move there. 15 cents. Not too bad. From 676, capitulating up here at 768. Now, good information, but like I said, like to see a little bit more of a smaller range there. Now, also too, once it gets active and it starts getting up into these levels here, if we do the same thing with this window, which once again is looking for the high volume stocks, And what's that candle right there? That's about the 10:15. But you can see here, look at how active this was in an unusual number of prints capacity. Okay. And a lot of the times that's when the flurry of activity, in this case, the buy side, you know, it's telling us something. The higher these numbers get, well, then the more, well, let me just say this is my theory thus far from watching it this morning. When you get these flurries of prints up here, you're probably getting close to a little bit of capitulation here for a pullback. All right. And of course, if we threw VWAP up here and standard deviation, we'd probably notice a lot of correlations as well. Um, so as far as BIOR goes right now, and back to your question there, Edgar, well, it's just consolidating right now. I wouldn't look to even do anything with this stock unless we really punch through this level or this level to the upside. I mean, it looks like it's just going to sleep right now, taking a little rest after a very active morning. Now, as far as how much room does it have, well, notice exactly where we stopped. You know, way back here to this level that acted as supply back in November of last year. But still a nice little pop. Now, we opened at 243 there yesterday. So, I mean, this thing has expended a lot of energy. Of course, we see these all the time. However, let's take it one step further. Look at my races here. It looks like it dropped off the top 10 here, but Dawn of the Dead 14 times, and this is the perfect Dawn of the Dead pattern right here. Stocks that have been beaten down for a very long time, like the old zombie, starting to come back to life, stagger around, get a little bit of life back to them. Of course, Dawn of the Dead is a top list, which is what all the races are, based on top list, which was created by Andy Lindloff quite a while ago. I don't know how many, it was at least a year or maybe even more, but definitely one of my favorite races. Of course, it's no big surprise to see Triple BY on the Dawn of the Dead race as well. Been active for a couple of days as too, but you know, the whole saga, Mimi stock, we're going out of business, we might go bankrupt, everything's fine, everything's okay now, and starting to, well, stagger around and try to find some purchase in the higher zones now. And you are correct, Rob, regarding your comment. The market is really dictates scalping right now, and I can't tell you how many times I've been in a position over the past 2, 3, 4 trading days, and it looks great, but the momentum just stops. And boy, if you don't take the money, well, it's not going to be there for very much longer. It's not the case with everything. You're always going to have your sustained runners, but of course, the trick to finding out which ones are going to be sustained, easier said than done. All right, just reading your comment here, Peter. Someone at TI warned me when I see a lot of green candles in a row, be careful because they could go to red quickly. What chart that applied to? 15-minute, 5-minute day chart? Good question, Peter. And the answer is it can be any time frame. So let's see. I guess a good way to illustrate that. Give me a second here. I'm just keeping my eyes on a couple of things. For some reason, this 12 o'clock lunch hour, things like to take moves, so I'm just going to keep my eyes peeled on a couple of things on my other screen, but let's do this. Let me just pick a top list here to duplicate, and we'll just kind of start this guy from scratch. We'll throw some generic filters in here and just check out what you're talking about there, Peter. We'll say and we can really get a good look at what you're talking about here, Peter, with the consecutive candles scan, right? So we'll just add some columns here. So let's say 15-minute daily Just something to take a gander at here. Okay, IYE, 4 consecutive green minute 5. Well, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Top list is reporting 4. We're currently in the 5th consecutive green 15-minute candle. So not a bad run for little IYE. Looks like it's an ETF, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where does it stop? Nobody knows. It looks like it could go back to highs here. But the key here is, just trying to guess when there's going to be a red candle. I mean, flip a coin, right? That's when we have to look more at our indicators, where the thing is on its daily march. And we can see right here, it looks as though this thing just may run out of steam right about here as it ekes up into this level that could act as supply. And then we've got the 50-day moving average looming right above it. So there's no magic formula to tell us when something's going to go from 5, 6, 7 consecutive green candles in any time frame and then stop. But it can alert us to some good things that have potential to do that. And then we just have to consult, our longer timelines. So if we look at the days, we can see BMA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, this day is also green, so BMA is currently in its 6th consecutive green candle day. Now, where might it stop? Well, we'll have to look back a little further here. If I just drop a line right here, okay, there we have it. Might have a little bit more room in it. And this is always a good time to kind of bring the weekly over, zoom out a little bit more. And if this thing does keep going on a daily green candle basis, well, look at the week. I mean, potentially room all the way up to 2116, capitulating here, along with this area of congestion way in the back. Where'd you go, Pin? There we go. 1 second. So in essence, Peter, no way to tell when something's going to stop having consecutive green or red candles just from merely a time perspective, whether that be 15-minute, hourly, daily. But what those things can do is show us some interesting plays that might be getting close to supply or close to support. So hopefully that makes sense. Right, Patrick, and I would be interested to see, what the correlation there is on the 15-minute time frame with the 10-period moving average, right? Because usually when a stock is in play, if we're looking at the 15-minute intraday, then that green line right there, that 10-period, you might notice some correlations on the pullbacks. Speaking of the 15-minute 10-period SMA, this is a classic example today. I was all over VSA. I've only traded 3 stocks today, okay? This is one of them, all right? And I got in pretty early. I think my first execution was around 147, 148. But as you can see, I got to enjoy a nice little run. Of course, didn't pick the top, but got out pretty close on VCSA. Pulled back, got a little bit of short action right here, but boy, it's like pulling teeth on the short side. This looks easy from a retrospective point of view, but I assure you, if you were short from this level up here, well, let's just say it was flimsy, right? Little meat grinder. But once we got down here and we pegged out at a low, ooh, and just as we're speaking, that's the thing I was trying to keep my eye on. VCSA just might start printing 54s here because this is the first time today that the 53 offer has cleared out. Might be a non-event, but we can see a little spike in the 5-minute volume right here. Now, is it just going to hem and haw up here, or is it going to print 54s and maybe take another run? But as you can see here, not a whole lot of room, and boom, they brought the 53s right back in. So I think it's just some head faking right there. Certainly nothing I'm going to jump into. Okay, got a little off topic there, but got some nice money in it on the initial run. And then when it started pulling back, once it started flitting around down here at the low of 149, and actually the bid was 148 at the time, I'm like, okay, this thing has been strong. On the short side, it was like pulling teeth. So now's probably a good time to get long. So I took those 49s, rested on the 48s. If it went against me, all I was risking is a penny. And then we get a nice little grind back up to highs here. So use that 15 or that 10 period this morning on VCSA, and it worked like a charm. Now, it's not saying that every time a stock pulls back to its 10 period, it's going to do that. But if you're really paying attention to one or two issues, and you've been watching it since the open, and you can feel the strength in it, well, that's where the trader's intuition comes in, and the 10 period here is just a supporting mechanism, giving you the confidence to go ahead and do what you think the thing's going to do. All right, let's see here. Good deal, Peter. Also, another low dollar stock was pretty active in this morning is this VXRT. You can see the opening 5-minute candle down here, put in a bottom. I started getting involved around $1.05, and boy, when this thing moves, they just start ripping out offers. Didn't get out at the top, but you can get in some decent share sizes of this one because it's pretty thick and liquid, as long as you're on your toes. So a nice move from the 105 area, peeled out at the $1.10 area. Played around with the shorts here a little bit, but just like VCSA, as I pulling teeth, and now this thing's going to sleep. But I will be watching it and VCSA in the last hour, see if they come back to life. So VXRT, VCSA, had a nice little morning in both of those. And where did it go? Oh yeah, USEA. Okay, USEA in my liked symbols list. And you might be saying, well, why was it? What turned you on to that one? And that was just the good old fashioned, where did my gappers go? Give me 1 second here. I might have accidentally closed it. There we go. Okay. So what was at the top of my gap down list this morning? USEA. Not the prettiest pre-market action here, but I just noticed the bottom that it put in. So I was like, okay, I'm going to watch it. If the risk is low, when it, it was coming through both of these. First, it came through the new low. Then I saw it coming through my new high. So it was kind of flopping around. But eventually, once again, let's see, first candle here, when it rebounded up here and popped through the 289 level, took a nice little run up to 305. So I scalped a little bit of that as well. So VCSA, VXRT, USEA, it's been a little low dollar bonanza for me this morning, but hey, I'll take what I can get. All right. Looks like things are pretty sleepy, and once again, Little gap up, and it seems to be holding up for now as we slowly grind the new highs. Finally broke out of this lower channel that we were in, and now this is the new home. Feel like a repeat of last week. Last week it was like, okay, how long are we going to be in this channel? Well, that question was answered a few days ago. Now the question is, how long are we going to be in this channel? As we approach the 200-day moving average, so this is going to be interesting once the SPY does come up here and start flirting with that 200 period average. Okay, Rocky, what is your time frame, or what is your time for? Oh, my timer. Well, I was just explaining to Barry, every once in a while through just my regular scans here, the BIOR starting to print again. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, as it's kind of, see it wedging up here on the 5 minute, basing out on the 15. Um, but let me answer your second question first. How do I not get overwhelmed by all of the scans that are on my desktop? And that's a great question. Well, first and foremost, been watching the markets and trade ideas and all my windows for a very, very long time. So just, repetitiveness. And even though I've got, let's see here, I've got two races. Of course, gappers I look at pre-market and pick out which ones I want to, put on my liked list for, either gap fills or gap continuations. And usually I just kick this one off to the curb. But having done that, this is pretty much what I had my eyes on this morning. So I've got two races here. Then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 alert windows and two additional top list along with my charts. Now, this guy right here is just, these are some of my favorite low dollar stocks to trade. Okay. And if we look at the charts on these, they're very liquid, no problems getting filled, and they tend to move, right? Now, I've also got KWeb over here, which you more than likely heard Barry talk about a lot, which is the Chinese ETF. So Lucent is a Chinese stock. ZH is another one. I just don't have it on the list here. Those are two of my more favorite Chinese stocks, just not having a lot of play today. Haven't traded those. Now, Lou just wasn't watching it, but man, what nice opportunity off the open today. Um, doesn't always go with KWeb. Um, of course, the EV makers, a lot of those Chinese stocks go as well. So it's not a holy grail, but it can give you an idea, if KWeb is bouncing off the bottom and, Lou put in its bottom pretty early today, right off the open on that first 5 minute candle. It can give you a little bit of confidence once you see KWeb bottom out if you're thinking about playing some of these Chinese stocks. So that's what this chart is. Of course, all my other charts are just my daily 5 and 15. But just keep in mind, this might look like a lot to focus on at any given time, but races, basically, I'm just using this to develop a list of potential trade candidates, right? So these are 1 minute races, dawn of the dead, and then change from the open. What stocks are moving up the most from the open? Not necessarily a gap, but change from the open. And you can see my setting here. Uh, Instead of show all winners, I've got this on. Okay, that's show all winners, but you can see I've got it on show top 10 winners. So it's just the top 10 stocks in each race that are winning the most 1 minute races. All right. So this is just developing yet another watch list for me. Remember, these are all based on top list anyway. So in essence, I'm using the races to develop a curated list from the top list based on stocks that are moving up the most from, in this case, the open, and then the Dawn of the Dead scan. And these are all 1-minute races. If I show you my race setup, 1-minute race and 1-minute race. And people are always like, well, why do you like 1-minute races? That's just my preferred time frame. You know, Barry likes to stretch them out a little bit longer. I think he does 5-minute races. But typically, you know, if a stock is winning a 5-minute race, a lot of the times, but not all the time, it's the one that's going to be winning consecutive 1-minute races as well. So it really just kind of boils down to your preferred time frame. So further to your point, Rocky, even though I've got all these windows on my screen, a lot of the times I'm only focusing on, you know, I'm just taking glances, I'm adding things to my list, and then I'm watching for, you know, the stocks that I put on my liked list to break highs and lows. I don't have many stocks on my liked list today. That's why you're not seeing these tickers scroll a whole lot, because they're looking at a custom list, which only has a few stocks in it. But these guys down here are pointed to the entire market, right? So these guys are always going to be pumping out something. They're a little quieter today since I upped the volume levels. But like this VJR was very conducive today. Let's see. I didn't hit this one. I wish I had of. But as I was telling Barry, I just modified the volume parameters in these windows. I used to have them on 300,000 and I was just getting way too many things. So let's see here. What was that? The 915? Did we get a hit there? Yep, we sure did. All right. So to your point, Rocky, I had these guys on 300,000 a day and it was just, it was too much. Now, every once in a while, I would find something that fit my style, but most of the time I was finding stocks that were too spready, and I'm just not into playing stocks with spread. I'm really into controlling risk, uh, almost to a fault, because a lot of the times I'll get out too early only to see the thing that I got out of go my way, but that's okay. Um, but now I've upped the volume levels. I think I've limited the spread to only 2 pennies. Nope, not on this one. I think that's up here. Or no, 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 no. It's this one. That one's got a spread of 2 penny max. But keep in mind, just because I say max spread 2 pennies, at the time of the alert, the spread can't be more than 2 pennies, but it can always widen out. All right. But this is just a, you know, something to try to keep me from seeing stocks that have 30, 40, 50 cent spreads. So, needless to say, I need to focus on these windows 15 to 30 minutes into the open because we have to give a few bars time to develop. Here lately, even on the open, I'll use 1-minute candles. But a really nice setup in this Voyager today. I mean, that's just textbook right there. So not looking at the entry candle, which is this guy right here. To assess risk, I usually look back 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. All right. So see how low the risk is, would have been on Voyager. You know, getting long at 823 and risking approximately 9 cents. Might as well round it up to 10. So a 10-cent risk for an 822 entry, and this is the reward zone thus far. Of course, not saying that if I got into this, I would have held it the whole time, but that's exactly what we look for when it comes to risk to reward. Risking a dime, 823, 50 cents was on the table for sure. Even 20 cents. If you made 20 cents on this after risking a dime, that's a 2-for-1 risk to reward ratio. And, you know, notice the 10 period when a stock is in play, it can be very handy on the 5-minute as well. But some really nice action on Voyager today. Let's go back. Let's just go back and check out the 30-minute area and see if there's more goodness to be had. All right. Oh, there was BBBY, but that's a little late. Now I'm curious to see if we had BBY at this level right here, looking very similar to Voyager. Okay. Maybe I went too fast. There we go. And yeah, that was the pre-market. That was 9 o'clock. Perfect. 30-minute opening range break. Boom. And BBY right there. 268 breakout level. 1, 2, 3. So BBY, another textbook example. Breakout at 269. Risking approximately. You had to give up a little bit more on this one, about 20 cents on the risk. But once again, once it broke that level, you never really had to sweat that, right? So we'll just say 270 up to almost 350. Very nice, very nice. No problem, Rocky. Are you talking about these guys down here, the thicker, high volume stocks? Because no problem. Boy, look at this guy. I mean, doesn't really get any better than that. This was the pre-market candle. 455. Well, let's do the experiment here. Did it peg that one good as well? Of course, keep in mind the market's helping out a lot today too. If they were all that pretty, well, it'd just be too good to be true. Now that breakout candle was 855. See, this one did not show up. Showed up a little late, but that would have been ideal right there, but you can't win them all. Can't peg them all perfectly. But I am curious as to why that one didn't show up. Could have been the relative volume was not that high at that time. So let's do that. And if I were going to place a bet, I'd say that's probably why. Because if we remove, well, yep, that was it. Okay. The reason we didn't get the perfect signal here is because it was slightly below 3x on the relative side. No, Rocky. If I see, if I would have been fortunate enough to see CX coming across right here, it's no need to wait for the candle to close. The key is that it's breaking out after this little period of consolidation. because notice that little opening 5-minute doji candle right here, right? 5-minute doji right here puts in the high and the low. And then look at these beautiful little, just consolidation bars. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as it breaks the high, as soon as it breaks that level, then that's the choice entry right there. The closest you can get it. If you'd have waited till this candle to close, uh, that's just not ideal timing. So you're wanting to get it right as it breaks. And then of course, the 15-minute risk on the prior 3 candles, 5-minute candles here, extremely low. 455. You're risking like 3 cents on that trade, and it never even blinked, right? So once it broke that level, off to the races. And depending on how aggressive of a trader it is, this was another fine little setup to add. But man, talk about risk to reward there. Hell, we could even say you risked the nickel, which is overblowing it, to make a good little 3x, 3R. Thus, the alert that I'm using, new high, because it can't break out of that range without hitting a new high. On the flip side, if it was a breakdown, it can't break down without printing a new low. So hopefully that makes sense. And I'll be more than happy to drop these windows into the chat here. Now, I was going to rename these last night because these are the ones with higher liquidity. So rel vol is greater than 3. 1 million shares a day. 5-day average. Well, we need a 1, not an exclamation point. Okay, so here's there's the long version. Let me just rename this one as well. Greater than 3. 1 million. Well, oh, you're wanting the entire layout? Well, here's the problem right now, Rocky. I've got a lot of windows on my other screen, so I would have to do some paring down here. But I'm glad you're liking the program. So let me see here what all I've got working on this other screen. Because I wouldn't want to inundate you.
Also, Jamie, can I interject just for a second?
Sure.
I actually have a question for you, but also you might have, I don't know if you have any customs and symbol lists that of course you can't, aren't copied over. That might be
Yeah, you know
another
what?
issue.
It would take me way too much time to
Yeah.
pare those windows down, and you're right. There are a couple of things. Let's see. The only one with a custom list is this guy here. But having said that, Rocky, if there are a couple other windows that you see here that you'd like for me to throw into the chat, I can do that. I didn't even realize that we only had about 15 minutes left.
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Have you ever asked them meaning the brass, why we can't have a real-time alert for the break of the pre-market high or low? I know we can create the top list and find the ones that are near, but I've always wondered why we can't actually have an alert because we have the data points, so that's not an issue. And I'm just wondering why can't we have an alert based on breaking the pre-market high or low? Have you ever asked that question?
Let's see.
Because we have the data points. I mean, we have the position in the data in the range, and also as a custom formula, we have the pre-market high and pre-market low. So we know we have the data points.
Correct.
But once the market opens, I
Uh-huh.
mean, why can't we have an out and out alert as opposed to having to create a top list showing stocks maybe within, I don't know, 2% of the high?
Right. Yeah.
And I mean, you can do it, and maybe sometimes that's even better because then you can see them as they're approaching. But I've never figured out why we just can't have a simple alert when we have
Yeah,
the data
that's a
point.
good question. And then, of course, to play devil's advocate, I would say, well, how about just using position of pre-market range of like a very like minimum of 100, but maximum of 100 point whatever,
Yes,
and then use new high as the alert. Wouldn't that do the
yeah,
same
I
thing?
mean, we could sort of, but it seems to me just a little more elegant,
No, I
considering we've
gotcha.
got
Yeah.
all sorts of other real-time alerts, and we have the data. I mean, a lot of times when people ask questions like that, it's because we don't have the data point, and
Right.
but we have the data point for it. We just don't understand. And why we just can't have a simple fire off alert. Oh, there's my alert. It just
Yep.
broke the
Yep.
pre-market high.
No,
And
makes
the other
sense.
reason being, Jamie, is that, well, okay, you're right. You can put the range in the pre-market to very close to the pre-market high. I get it. And then maybe use a 5-minute high or new high of the day. It would do the same thing, but why do we have to finagle around like that?
Hey, your question, you know as much as I do. Hey, but
Well, I
now
was
since
thinking
we've
that you used to live there, and you used to I know you talked to Dan, you used to talk to Dan all the time. I don't know if you're still talking to him as much, but, and Brad, I used to just think you and Steve and Andy were a lot closer than certainly myself to those guys
Well,
and
you
just
bring
say,
up a
hey,
good point, and as you know, we've been very busy with the AWS, and hopefully the majority of that work is done. Um,
mm-hmm,
but you bring up a good point because it has been quite a while, not only for new alerts to produce some new alerts, but also it's been a while since we created some new filters too.
exactly.
Um, so now that the bulk of the migration, so to speak, is done, hopefully we can get back to creating some, new and interesting alerts and filters with all of that behind us. So I'll go to bat for you for sure.
Okay, yeah. Well, especially now that AWS is done, because it may have been because, I know I don't know how the programming works exactly, but every time we create a data point we have it could in theory go out to 10,000 or like every one of our customers, even the ones that aren't using it, but it has to be in a database somewhere. And so it's possible that it was maybe a data overload situation for our servers. I would say to that though, and I know it's going to tick off some of our customers, but I've asked this question before, and I'm sure you have too. There have to be some alerts or filters that just aren't used. I mean, maybe by 0.5% of our customers. Get rid of them,
Oh, there's
if
a
that is a
time. Yeah,
problem.
yeah. You're right. House cleaning needs to be done, and new things need to be created.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And I think maybe with AWS, I think isn't that one of the aspects of it that it's
Hmm.
not going to be the server overload as it could have been if we want to create new filters and alerts.
Well, the difference now between a traditional colo facility is if you needed more firepower, you needed more servers, you
Mhm.
actually had to purchase the servers, go install them at the server farm, and configure them and all that good stuff. In the Amazon cloud, if you need more resources, you just say, "Hey," you have it immediately at your disposal,
Right,
right?
right.
So there's no installation. They're just, I'm
And
sure
probably a
you're
heck of a lot cheaper than, even if it's amortized over time. the purchase of a server, but I'm sure it's got to be a lot cheaper doing it that way, and the flexibility.
Yeah, it's on demand. You
Yeah.
have all the computing power that you'll ever need. You just have to pay for it.
Autolycus, what is your favorite filter so I can tell them to remove it?
I was reading.
I haven't seen Autolycus for a while. He's been in the room for years and years, so I'm just giving him a bit of a dig.
Ah, okay. Programmers are lazy.
Yeah. Well, then he
Well,
says, please don't remove things. So I would say,
I will not pass your message on to the coding staff.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh no, our guys have been working overtime for sure.
Yeah, I don't think people understand that, we're not a big company. And we've only, so the people that, the Michael Franzes and Dave Mabes and all those guys who just work literally almost day and night trying to get all this done. I mean, we don't have like a battery of programmers that can just hop on doing something and just focus on one thing. So we are a small company. So it is amazing, I guess, what finally has happened with AWS because it wasn't easy. See, people say, well, why don't you just flip the switch? Well, it's not quite that simple.
Right, right. I've often wondered what the process is on that, but I'm like, well, it's not as easy as it sounds.
I don't think I want to know because I would say you might think, well, how is it even possible to do it? Because I mean, we complain about our charts and a little bit, and I don't quite get that because to me, when something is working well, why does it sort of go into a retrograde or a regression mode? I don't quite understand that, but I guess what happens is as they if they make a change to something else, it may affect something in the charts. I
Mhm,
guess that's the
mhm.
reason.
Yep.
But that's the only issue I've really got is the charts. Once they look like they're working well, all of a sudden one day not not working as well. That's the only issue I've really got. But anyway, I sorry to hijack your time here,
Oh, no problem,
Jamie.
Barry. I enjoy the dialogue.
Okay. I was mentioning, take a look at AMV, Jamie. This is why I'm so interested in some of these other ones. But look at AMV and bring it up on a monthly
Oh,
chart.
AMV or ANV?
A as in motor, a motor vehicle.
Okay.
Hey, that's good. Yeah, a motor vehicle. So take a look at AMV,
Oh, baby.
and you can see. But look at it. But bring up a monthly chart.
Let's see. I got a monthly hiding over here.
Or just
There we go.
okay. Even a
Oh,
weekly
that's a
works. So
weekly. Let me change
yeah.
it to monthly here.
Weekly works because you see the big spike.
Yeah.
Okay, but you see
All
the
right.
spike. So you see when it came out. I can't remember if this was actually a SPAC or an IPO. I really can't remember anymore. But you see what it did. It got up to whatever $245 that month. Might have even been just that week. Might have been only that day. And then it just cratered, and then it sat doing nothing. And then all of a sudden, look what's happening today.
Yep.
And yeah, they came up with a little bit of news. I don't have no idea if this news is, warrants this sort of a price increase. But look at the float. So why am I telling you all this? Because if you take a look at HOLO, HOLO,
Right.
HOLO, do the same thing on the monthly chart, and
Yeah.
you
Same thing.
see very similar, right? The big
Right.
spike that day, and then doing nothing for weeks and months, and then all of a sudden, the last 2 weeks, it's had this run. So now I want to bring to your attention MLGO. Now, of course, we don't know if that's going to happen with MLGO, but look at MLGO, and okay, and today it's having a little bit of a move. It's up 22%. Could this be the beginning, of maybe a multi-day move? And
It could.
so I'm just sort of interested. And I want to definitely follow this going forward. See if we have, see what happens tomorrow. I think if it moves tomorrow, and maybe above today's high, I think we could have a bit of a multi-day move, just
Yeah.
based on what we've seen of those other two.
Yep.
Because traders, that's what we're looking at. I mean, I'm no different from any other trader out there, and that's I mean, that's all I was looking at. Oh, this monthly looks the same as those other two. Could at some point could they follow the same script, especially if they come up with some news, and as I say, I quote unquote news. I don't care what they come out with, as long as they put out some kind of a press release, and the thing could
Micro
just start to move.
algo,
Yeah, and that's a China stock, but
right?
so what?
Yeah, and what this reminds me of is the Nick Nazaroff, our friend in New York.
Hmm.
He knows some of his constituents just do this on the SPACs. The SPACs they're
Hmm.
flatlining, you know, they'll just get into all of them, and if
Yep.
they lose small, and if they get a big pop, the winners are a lot bigger than the losers, and there's whole business models focused around this activity in the SPAC world.
I think
Mhm.
we had this conversation last week,
Yeah.
Jamie. Yeah, you were
Mhm.
talking about I don't know if this was truly a SPAC, or an IPO. I really don't know. I'd have to look back in the news, but regardless, these things, because it can kind of frustrate you. I saw that BI, and the other one, of course, that I'm really starting to follow are all these crazy reverse splits that used
Mhm.
to, you go back far enough to know that a reverse split was the death knell of a company. But the last couple of years, even maybe 3 years, some of these reverse splits have done extraordinarily well for
And
no
that's
reason.
very weird, I know. It's like the tide is turning, but not
Yeah,
all,
the
and
tide is turning.
of course, MindMed did not do that.
No, that one didn't
Yeah.
do it. Maybe because
Mhm.
it's Canadian. I don't
Who
know.
knows?
Who knows? Yeah, that was, yeah, because that was a 1 for 15, wasn't it? And
Yeah,
that
or
just
maybe it was just because I was in a little bit of it.
probably, probably. But anyway, I find these fascinating, like the BIOR yesterday. I mean, in no way did I think that, obviously, if I thought it was going to do what it did, I would have been
Sure.
all over it. But, you see the little move at the beginning of the day, and think, oh, yeah, right. And did a 1 for 25, whatever, couple of weeks ago. It had a little fluffy press release, and then, it goes from what, 230 to $10, almost $10 after hours. You
Yep.
know, I mean, fortunes can be made on these things if you catch them right.
Mhm.
Problem
Yeah,
is,
yeah, because look how
for all the
sleepy it
ones that,
was all day yesterday until I got
yeah,
here, and then it
yeah,
just ramped on up.
exactly.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Yeah, good times.
HYFM is not a SPAC. Typically, I'm sorry, Jamie, I should, Rocky and Bullwinkle, boy, that's going back a few years. I was asking if HYFM was a SPAC. No.
Yep.
Typically a SPAC, and this is why it's a little bit difficult now because the rules seem to have changed. If you see the opening day that it was at around $10, when it starts trading as a new symbol, a lot
Mhm.
of times that indicates that it was a SPAC. Okay, because SPACs typically, well, not typically, they all come out at $10. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, but the other way to do it is just, actually our news is pretty good, because our news, I like our news for that because you can go back in time a lot more than
Mhm.
say if I'm looking at my IB headline news, which would be tough to go back 2 weeks. Whereas with our news, I can usually just see if it's a SPAC or a reverse split or whatever it was pretty quickly.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Indeed, good sir.
Yeah. So, my friend, if you want to take off now, I'll relieve you of your duties if you want.
Sure, Barry. I'll take you up on that. So,
All
all right.
right.
Well, good luck with the rest of the day,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we'll see you next time.
You bet.
All
Thanks,
right.
Jamie.
Mhm.
All right, guys. I am back in all the rooms. Yeah, I'm back in all the rooms. And let me just get my music going, and then I can get back into the swing of things. Oh, I'm sorry. HYFM, Rocky. I'm sorry. I was thinking of HYFC or something like that. Well, let's take a look at HYFM, just out of curiosity. I misread that one. HYFM. Um, Yeah, that started trading as HYFM here. I do remember that day. So let's just see, what day is this? This is back in, that's back in 2020. I'm on a monthly chart. Yeah, that one, it's gonna be hard for me to know if that was a SPAC. You'd have to be able to dig up news back almost 2 years or 2 years ago. And I mean, you can do it if you go, you do a Google search on it, of course, you could do it. Our news doesn't go back that far. No, wait a minute. Completes $55 million equity financing. That is back in November of 2020. What did I say this was started to trade at? That's December, and it's not popping up. It's just not. See if I can load it again. Yeah, maybe the link's gone. I don't know. But they did complete a $55 million equity financing. My wife's company having a good little day. Stantec doesn't trade very much, but this is sort of our people ask, do I have a long-term account? I don't, but my wife does. And based on everything that's happened this year, I'm very happy with I had a dip, of course, but not much. Great infrastructure play. So yesterday, well, of course, I'm sure that BIOR, let me get back to a daily chart. I'm sure that BIOR was winning race after race after race. Okay, so if I let's take a look at it. Your chart, and we'll see what happened. So you see yesterday, or the day before yesterday, this closed at around, I don't know, what's that price? Around 212. There's after hours the day before yesterday. This is the pre-market yesterday. So the first thing that we did see was this little pop. Okay, so from 225 up to $3. So we did see that pop. So the, the bottom line is that we knew about this one in the pre-market. Okay, this is in fact, let me just see. Yes, one of the things I do like about Discord is that this is what I put in the pre-market actives yesterday, and you can see BIOR is right there. Okay, so we knew about BIOR yesterday in the pre-market, number one. So it's not like we didn't know about it. But then when I saw this, it would basically it had almost gone negative, I think, because remember, I think it closed yesterday or the day before at 211, and what did it get to? Got to 218. So it was basically at the close. Okay, didn't really do much. Didn't do much. And if you heard me talk to Jamie, I was saying a pre-market high break. We don't have an alert for that. Okay, and I'm I'm wondering, I think maybe, there's probably no reason why in the future we can't have a pre-market alert break. You can create a top list, as Jamie was saying. Well, I was talking to Jamie in our YouTube room, and you can create an alert window using our pre-market rate or position in the pre-market, and maybe put it within, I don't know, 2% of the high in the pre-market, and then have a new high alert, and maybe that would break the pre-market high. But I digress. When it broke the pre-market high right there, you can see what it did. Still didn't run away yet. Okay, I mean that pre-market high was about $3. So what did it get to? It got up to 313. Still pulled back a little bit, but once it took out, this 313 again, then it started to run. Okay, and it ran basically for the rest of the day, other than so. I mean, to me, that was the key, taking out the pre-market high, and the fact that it was a very low float, 6.8 million. So you thought it would probably be really, really active. I mean, look how active it is today. But look at it on a daily chart yesterday. I mean, it's probably going to trade the same amount or more today. But I mean, the relative volume was insane. So, all these things pointed to a stock that could have a run. Now, you don't absolutely know it's going to do this. And certainly, the after hours, I was looking at taking this at 5, actually, right near the end of the day, and it dropped down below. So I forgot about it. And of course, I woke up this morning and I see it up here at $9. It never, on a technical basis, you can see that it never broke the VWAP. There's that purple line. It never, ever, ever broke the VWAP. Another one. Well, that's why I'm somewhat fixated on the MLGO, though. I was talking to Jamie. MLGO, it's not that one. What is it, guys? It's Holo, HOLO. Look at the similarities. Give me a moment here. Just change my time frame. So look at Holo, and I think this was, I can't remember if it was a SPAC or an IPO or what the heck it was. Doesn't really matter anymore. But the day, I think this was just one day getting up to 33. And then it did, look at all these months, did nothing. 3 months, really probably 4 months. Once it did that, probably came right back down. So whatever the balance of this month was, plus the next 3 months did absolutely nothing. And then it's in the last couple of weeks. Let me get a weekly chart up. So there you go. So in the last couple of weeks, it's done this, okay? Look at AMV. Look at the similarity, okay? Look what it did. Got all the way up to 242, craziness, and then right back down. Nothing, 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 nothing. Now, who knows? Maybe this is the start. I mean, this is a pretty big run, though, from 280 to 8. Maybe it's the start of something. Maybe this is it. I don't know. But this is why I'm interested in this MLGO. Because the same thing. Did the craziness, got up to $70. Nothing, 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 nothing. And now, it's having a little bit of a breakout today. You see a little bit of a breakout now. It's up 24%. Maybe this is the start of something. Holo was this back. Thanks, William. Okay. So that's why, I have an alert set for the high of the day. And if it takes it out, I may be induced to take it, but I also want to see if it takes it out tomorrow, the high of the day tomorrow. If it doesn't do it today, this may be the start of this little multi-day run. I mean, the holo, I have to bring on a daily chart now. You know, every day this was happening. Okay, it must be over now. Must be over now. Must be over now. Must be over now. Now it may not still be over. I mean, it's pulled back a little bit, but you know, these just a tremendous percentage move in 4 days from 250 up to 830 in 4 days. Tremendous percentage move. I mean, it's doing this now, but you know, remember, I don't know how many people are holding on from 240 all the way up here. I know I wouldn't have been. And these are risky. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. These are very risky. The float is, you know, the float and all these are very risky. So typically, if you're going to take one of these, you know, you have to have probably have to have either, you know, don't take as many shares and a wider stop because, you know, because they're so volatile. If you take a lot of shares with a tight stop, you're more than likely going to get a stopped out of your position time and again. So take fewer shares with a wider stop, allows you maybe to, you know, hold on through some of the gyrations that are going to happen because of the float. Sort of an interesting one. This, it's Victoria's Secret, VSCO. So sort of an interesting one. I mean, you're chasing it now, but you can kind of see that there's the 200-day moving average, 39.06. So it's but $1 away from that. You know, will it get into it and then, you know, fall back from it? Will that act as really tough resistance? Some of these ones that I haven't seen for a long time, like FUV. Used to see FUV all the time. You know, another little EV play. Solo earlier on, and of course AMV. AMV is vertically integrated EV play. So I'm having a tough time understanding. I mean, unless they've changed their business, do they just develop batteries? Or are they saying with their EV, they've been able to have a battery that can hold 2 gigawatt hours? I guess maybe that's it. Then I know nothing about this company other than what I can read in the profile. So it's not a battery company, but I guess I guess this is all about improving the mileage or the kilometric in Canada. Arians says that gamers are not buying Nvidia's new gaming card. Certainly. Here's your headline right there. Yeah, Barron's. The problem gamers aren't buying its new. Oh, let me get rid of my announcement. Hmm. Interesting. Not being a gamer, I have, that's not my demographic. So, but I guess if you're a gamer, those things are important to you. Yeah, Denver, that makes sense too. Ah, I have my sounds on mute. That's why I'm not getting anything new. APGN, I think this was, yeah, this was a reverse split a while back. I think, or a financing anyway. This was a SPAC, real cheap one. Thanks. This is back in March. Take a look at what DAC is talking about regarding BIOR. So all I see it's held a VWAP, or it's holding, tried to hold the VWAP, dipped below it a little bit, but there's the VWAP at 669, so it's running away from the VWAP a little bit. And you know what else is holding the VWAP? Is this MLGO holding the VWAP? 167 is the VWAP, so it's holding it. Just really intrigued to see what's going to happen today. If it just completely gives it up and goes back down to the close of yesterday, or will it get close to today's high and then maybe tomorrow as a second day and maybe a third day? And yeah, well, let's see. There it is, holding right on the VWAP, Stuart. So AMV is right sitting on the VWAP, 681, or the VWAP seems to be holding it, 681, and that's the AMV. Yeah, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. You know what? I mean, I'll talk about this one. AMC is holding the VWAP. VWAP is 466, so it is trying to hold a VWAP, AMC. Yeah, look at this. Just as I'm talking about this APGN, I think it tacked on about 30 cents and more. So it's just took out the high, I believe, 241. Yeah, wow. Just wow. I gotta start just chasing some of these. All right, guys, it's 1:20, so I think I'll do my quick video. All right. What is it now? 1:21. I'll say 10 minutes. It should usually a lot sooner, but never know. Might have some technical issues. So I will say 1:31. Okay. So I'm muting myself now. Okay, guys, I'm back. You might want to keep an eye on LiPo. The only reason I don't like it that much, though, is because it's below that VWAP and it might stall, but the VWAP is what? Actually, it's far enough away. So LiPo is trying to curl up off the bottom of that 4 level. Maybe. Disappointed in this one. I know I said that earlier because I really thought this one with that float, I mean, it's traded 10 times the float, but I thought with that little headline, I thought that would, really, really rock today. I mean, I know it's still up 34%, but pre-market, it got to 677. I thought really, I was hoping this area would hold and then just romp from there. Merrimack, MACK. Boy, I haven't seen this one in a long time. This looks like this was a buyout that has not been completed or something because, yeah, this definitely looks like this is a buyout. So you can tell by the daily chart, it's going to flatlining or a big little dip, a big pop here. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was just 11/9. Let's see. Is that date? Yeah, okay. I think I'm wrong. This was a cancer drug. Cancer drug succeeds in trial, but it's really done nothing since that day. All right, guys, things have really slowed down for me anyway. Let's take a look at the AMV. Okay, the AMV looked like it was going to take out that VWAP on the way down. It did briefly, but it is still holding. 683 is the VWAP. It's still holding that VWAP, guys. And obviously it still has some room to the high of the day, or even that candle there, which is 813, that 15-minute candle. Okay, this is for PJ. I refuse to believe that IMVT is going to be here all day for the rest of the day. So there's IMVT, and this was the one that showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I missed it. Well, I didn't miss it. I didn't take it because it was in the first 15 minutes and I didn't take it. But man, did it ever run down. And then look at the pop it had, the recovery, not quite back up to the close of yesterday. And now it's kind of flatlining. So again, I refuse to believe that it's going to be here for the rest of the day. It's going to break one way or the other. So, and my feeling is that it'll break down, but I'll put an alert. I'll bracket the price alerts on either side and see what happens. Ooh. I get a little excited here. NXTP guys just made another new high. So again, I'm again a little bit fixated on this one because it is one of those reverse splits, and we should have more room on the daily though. I wish this price was. I wish a lot of this was underneath. No, yeah, there's no news on this one. So they did a 1 for 20 reverse split. Looks like it was on the 6th or maybe the 5th. So Shady is talking about Lay's. For him, it triggered. Out of interest, from where I exited it, it is now 31 cents below. That's what you want to see. But remembering that it actually popped up quite a bit after I exited it. This is in the simulator. I'm going to hold on to this not V just to see if the craziness of putting a $34 price target and even a $10 price target has any effect in the next little while. This is in the simulator for not V. You guys were talking about neon earlier. Well, this is halted too. All right, so it looks like AMV is now giving it up in a big way. I know it tried a little bit to get above that 200, the VWAP, but it's taken it out again. No shorts available for me, unfortunately, because this looks like pretty ripe for a short, especially if it gets below the 639, the low of that 15-minute candle. I mean, it's still up 147%. All right, guys, I haven't even noticed what the market's doing. Well, I guess it's been a fairly steady uptrend, some bottoming tails and topping tails, but I don't know if that one was real, that bottoming tail of the previous 15-minute chart. That looks like was maybe just a, I don't know, not a misprint, but something happened. I don't recall seeing a giant red bar. Ooh, no, that's a severe pullback, not shortable for me. So I'm looking at a 1-minute chart for this. I wanted to see how rapidly that happened. So what I'm seeing, 289, it got up to 289, then it got to 278. So, or down here actually, got to 273, came up a little bit. And then this is the big move on the 1 minute, 277 down. Where was your stop? Where was your stop? I'm asking, who said it blew through their stop? Okay, guys, so IMVT making a little bit of a move down. I just wanted to put an alert there. So now I'm going to put an alert around 1755. Your stop was 238. Stop was here. What did you get in at? What price did you get in at then, JP? Just out of curiosity, if your stop was here at 238, where did you get into the trade? Okay, so 267. Okay. Meanwhile, neon is exploding. Yeah, my goodness. 267. What got you into the trade at 267? Was there a specific reason? I'm just trying to think because you're certainly chasing it on a 5. Yeah, I don't really see a pullback. I have a 2-minute chart up. I don't see a pullback at 267. I'm not trying to dump on you. I'm just trying to figure out on your 5-minute. Oh, so you're talking about it got up to 288 and then it pulled back here to this level, what you thought? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. That makes sense. That makes a little more sense. The only issue is, topping tails can be pretty informative. There's a reason, we've talked about this all the time. The buyers had it up here and the sellers closed it here. I would have probably waited, obviously in hindsight, it looks, obviously you should have waited, to see whether or not the buyers took control back a little bit and they just didn't do it. I'm always wary of a big, you can call that like a blow off top. I mean, I don't really brand things or name things, but a lot of people will call that like a blow off top. All right, you're making me look at GME. I do see that the VWAP is above it. At what price? 1898. So I mean, it's looming right above it. The only reason I hate GME and AMC and all those other ones, I mean, there's, I shouldn't. I mean, a trade is a trade is a trade. I just think that too many people got roped into this and are holding on and have taken severe losses. They're not trading it like a like a trade like a trade stock. I mean, it's got great range. Used to be a lot more. I mean, $1.37 now used to be more like, of course, that's when it was, excuse me, $150, $160 stock before the 1-for-4 forward split. But I just find that there's too many people that are holding on for this. There's trillions of shares that are short that aren't being reported. in theory. But treating it like a, a trading vehicle, yeah. But I have a tough time separating my disdain for this and then looking at it as just an intraday trader other than shorting it. Boy, beyond meat, now it's 16. It's in this basically run, run, run. Beautiful breakout on the 15. Beautiful little breakout here, holding the VWAP, and then it broke out. Good consolidation, holding the VWAP, and then broke out. But all right, guys, this IMVT is looks like it's just trying to break down a little bit here. Now there's the VWAP, so that's far enough away. Yeah, the problem is the volume. I mean, there's just no volume right now. All the volume was at the beginning, of course, right here, that opening candle. 1.37 million, so we only traded 3.5 all day long. So all the like volume 1.37 here and then just sort of dwindling. Now that can help a short to a certain extent. No enthusiasm about buying it. Okay, let's take a look at this one. The ones I kind of eyeball in this large cap gainers are the ones that are just over the whole number. So TOST just over the whole number. And when we look left, what happens? We see 1913, 1934. So might be a little, I mean, I know one day does not make, resistance all the time. I've just seen it too many times though, where a stock will stall at that next high. So it just kind of prevents me from getting too excited about it. I wish this were the next high looking left, 2130. This one was shortable at Interactive Brokers. Wow. Now, the problem, if you had Zach scan, I mean, here's the first alert at 7:49, next one at 8:90, 9:59, 10:50, 11 for Neon, as it was just moving higher and higher and higher. That's why, trying to play tops, short tops and play bounces, they're very tough. Very, very tough. Michael Anthony, SWBI. Let's take a look at Smith and Wesson. Yeah, Smith and Wesson's had a nice run. Over 10. Interesting, actually. 1082 is the next high looking left. Has some room then. Well, let's see what it does at the VWAP. It's got to take out that VWAP, 1897. I just looked, I noticed the AI has no alerts today. Okay, what's Jay-Z doing right now? Jay-Z had the big pop, the halt, moved down, nothing. I mentioned this one earlier, the Victoria's Secret, VSCO, getting closer to that 200-day moving average, 3906, getting closer. Did Neon actually have some news, or is just one of those things? After the company won an IPR patent trial initiated by Google, okay? Okay, guys, give me a moment. Just going to grab a little bite to eat. All right, guys, I'm back. So don't forget about the BWEN. I mean, it may have a pop at the end of the day. What was the high today? Was 477. Low float, 18 million. Hmm. PLRX, nice little break here in the 15s. Let's take a look left. Looks like 2075 is the next high looking left. If we can take that out, 2183 is the next high. So, BLRX, what's the volume like? Not great. 2.7 times normal. Fairly low float, 40 million in the float. See if there's any news on this. Don't see any news. I think Jamie was talking about this one in the YouTube room, CX. When he was on his 12 to 1 stint. So GME is still hanging around the VWAP. Boy, things have really slowed down for me anyway, those things I'm looking at. Well, AMV is trying again, but it is pretty erratic right now. I mean, it's back up over the VWAP, 681, but it got all the way down to 6. So, I mean, you're talking about some pretty big pullbacks. So, yes, it's above the VWAP again. But the volume is decreasing. I think you'd need a big volume bar, like something like maybe that 1245 one at least. Blue, of course, meaning buying volume. Yeah, IMVT is just snoozing here right now. I still think it might break down, but needs some a little bit more activity. Talking about the IMVT. All right, this could be interesting. DV, it got rejected. The 200-day rejected it 2 days. The 200-day is at where are you? 2474. So it rejected it kind of yesterday, got up to it, got above it today, and then now it is falling. Has some room to the low of yesterday, 2329. All right, let's see if it has any sort of a move down. Had a little pull up and now dropping, and the market is moving down. So let's see if this has any sort of room down. DV. Are you kidding me? Monkeypox? We haven't heard about that for months. HHLA. So this is a SPAC, okay. Nerve. Somebody mentioned Nerve in our YouTube room. Nerve, NERV. Yeah, Nerve on another one crazy one just on the run. 4.5 million in the float. Showing up on the races. Well, we haven't seen this one in a long time, this Beyond Spring, BYSE. I remember these days. Went from 58 cents all the way up to $3 in, I don't know, week and a half. Never really collapsed completely. Held the 200-day moving average of 140. Yeah, let's take a look at BWEN. I mean, it's been a nice move off four. I just really has to take out 450. Well, I for one cannot wait for earnings season to start. Once we get, we're going to have a lot more excitement. I think, well, there is excitement, but I think we're going to have a lot more, of course, next week, January 18th. So that's next week. Alcoa and Goldman Sachs and some of the other big financials. It's more though the week after. I would say for about the okay, so the week of the 18th, and then we have the following week, and I think the after that, the following week, for about a month is when it gets exciting for me because then we start getting some companies that aren't often heard of that much, except during its earnings season, during its earnings release. And those are the ones that to me are really interesting. I don't care about Meta and Amazon and Google, etc. I really don't care about those ones and the larger cap ones. It's what I'll call the mid tier because those can have some really interesting moves. And that can last about a month. That's why I'm just warming up the gap continuation or reverse scan because we'll see a lot of those then. Yeah, so next week we'll only have about 60 companies releasing earnings next week. That's why I do not, but it's a start. Now, Peter, I don't know if there was any specific news about the EVs in general. I don't know. I don't know if did your White House come out with something? I really don't recall seeing anything specifically to EVs. I mean, Tesla, of course, had a nice, it's a press release regarding something in the is Singapore or the Philippines, but so it had a little bit of a run. Maybe that dragged up the rest of the EVs. I don't know, but AMV on its own was just crazy. Trading Monkey. Hello. Boy, rum. I haven't seen or heard of rum for a long time. Yeah, I mean, it's had a nice little run from from 5 to 9. No question about that. But, but it's come back down from. What was the high here? Okay, I thought it was higher than that. So it's about halfway between that high, the 17. Yeah, Peter, that's all I really saw also for the AMV. But again, it doesn't really matter. I mean, all that really matters, low float. Traders saw that little press release, said, yeah, we're all in it. And that's just kind of what happens. They pick that one and they pile in. I tell you, Seeking Alpha is getting pretty colorful now. You're trading level 2 and footprint. Okay. I don't really look at level 2 that much, but hey, listen, there are all sorts of different trading styles. Bottom line, if it works for you, then keep doing it. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:20. So yeah, in about 20 minutes or so, I'll probably put myself on mute. Maybe 25 minutes. I'll put myself on mute. But I'm still here. You can ask me questions, of course. KBH has earnings this afternoon or after hours. Take a look at what the market thinks may happen for KBH. Yeah, bidding it higher. Yeah, bidding it higher for sure. Doesn't mean you should pile into this because that's what the market is doing. I never ever take a stock through earnings. Okay, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, I am in this little short of DV, just wanting to see if it can get down anywhere close. Nothing spectacular. Basically flat. Well, okay, moving down to 65. I'm in at the 2370, 2371. I'm just sort of hanging around there. I think I mentioned this one. I should be in this one, INMD. So INMD, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown very early. Well, not actually that early, about 11:21 Eastern at 3372. Right there, 3372. And let me just check this to see where there. So yeah, I just sort of disregarded it. Didn't think it would have that much action. Whoa, DV, way better than I thought. But it's inching its way down. And if you look left, 32, yeah, so it's below that one, that 32.98. Wow, it's got a lot of room now. 31.28, 31.28. So it's got about $1.60 or so to the next low. The 200-day moving average is 31, so it's got some room now. Interesting. If you're wondering where I saw the DV, it was right here on my movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. With that in mind, let's just take one last look at my home page. DeVry or DeVry, yeah, I remember them. All right, guys, on my homepage, this is what you will find. Now, there is a promo still, okay? I'll have to type the promo code in because I cannot believe it's still active. But it is still active for 25% off the New Year 25. It's still active. So if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So don't use that promo code. Obviously, you want to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Use the New Year 25. I keep thinking, I don't know, maybe they've just forgotten and it's in there. I have no idea why it's still there. Anyway, take advantage of it while you can. This link still does not work, but if you do take out a subscription, you absolutely have to do the Let's Get Started. But it does, I'll show you where it does work on my homepage. I do a daily stock of the day video that I've already done. Excuse me, sorry. Free, of course. Stock or the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is it doing? AUY was around 695, I think the trigger or so, AUY. Or 595, so it really hasn't moved. Has not moved. Yeah, let them know about this. I don't know if you guys are experiencing the same thing. Wow, look at DIV now. I really thought it would be a real sleepy one. Or DV, not DIV, sorry, DV. So here is the education section. The guide is now working. You know, we're again, we're about a week and a half. Whoops, the guide is working now. Okay, there we go. There's the user guide, back to normal. But there are still some links that are not working for me. But here is the Getting Started series right there. Okay, download download and install for startup and login toolbar and right click magic. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos. Daily support. Well, tomorrow is Thursday, so it'll be Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room tomorrow when I take my break between 12 and 1. Educational videos about trade ideas and back to basics. Michael Nost, if you're new to trading, a great series for you. Okay, a great little series, free resource. Please take advantage of it if you're new to trading. Last, here are my scans. Okay, so here are the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. I just mentioned this upside movers versus downside movers. This is where I found DV earlier. Okay, this is really the only scan. It is a scan, and that I use to try to identify some shorts. That and this one, the 10-day daily breakdown. And of course, I have some other scans here. The gainers, race mode, gainers from the open, and large cap gainers from the open. The two races that you see here. So bottom line is, save my link. If you save my link, you can have access to my scans at any time, the education section. And also, if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you would use my homepage link and then the promo code, not this one, if you're going to do it today, use the New Year 25. Room gets credit. I get credit. It's all good. Okay. Okay, so there is a late bloomer in the AI, a real late one, guys. Don't normally see that. I actually talked to them and they said they had to do one thing and then they got it running again. So um, interesting. VYGR, it's interesting. 907 on the alert, 910 right now. Yeah, so I don't know what you mean high frequency. I can't trade normally. Okay. Look at not V, guys. No, if I hadn't taken that stupid GME for PJ. I can't believe you didn't see it. All right, MLGO. Yeah, it is starting to move a little bit. I'd love to see it take out the high. I really would. If it takes out the high, I may take a little just to see what it does tomorrow. All because of this. Okay, that big daily on December 13th. So about a month ago. Wow, look at DV. This is working way better than I thought it would. I mean, there's the low now. Looking left, there's the low of 2341. So I'm getting set to take some off of this short in case it can't. I was surprised. Well, also 2350. I was a little worried it wouldn't get through the 50-cent mark, but boy, if it can get through that 2341, and you know what? The market's not helping it. It's not like the market is tanking or anything. So this is just moving down on its own. So I guess there is some news, preliminary transcript, presentation, or whatever she was saying, the market didn't like. I don't know when this actually started. 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, whatever time that is, Eastern Time. Come on, JK, are you still in the room? What time is that in real time? 12 p.m. Okay, so that was 12 p.m. So it's 5. Whoa, there's the MLGO. So this is where that presentation started right here at so that on that five that at noon, and the market reacted down, just had a little minor pull up, and then straight down. Wow. Okay, so that low here is 2341, so it's a little bit below that. And again, the next low looking down is 22.33. So boy, it's got a dollar to go until it hits that next low. Not saying it's going to happen, as you know. Yeah, it's 5 hours. Well, according to 5 p.m. GMT is 12 p.m. That's what I have here. Yeah, so we're not in daylight savings time, so it should be 5. Okay, guys, again, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Is waiting to see how much further this DV can go underneath that low here, 23.41. So you see, not V has come back, guys. Not V has come back. I'm going to hold, this is in the simulator. I'm going to hold this in the simulator. I want to see if that price target, the two price targets, 10 and 34, are going to really make a jump again tomorrow or for the next little while. I mean, it's had a great day, 29%. The earnings, I think, are it's a non-event. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Really a non-event. Ooh, a little downturn for rent here. RENT, a little downturn for rent. Coming into the 200-day, 364. Okay, guys, I've just covered some of the DV as it starts to move back up to that 2341 level. Look at this market go, guys. Wow. Little pullback and then a big jump here. Take a look at neon. Trucking stocks. JB Hunt is a trucking stock, right? Is it? Just don't know what the symbol is. JB Hunt. There we are. JBHT. JBHT is a trucker. Haven't seen that for a while. And isn't Knight Transportation, Knight, something like that? I used to see that one quite a bit. Yeah, Knight Swift Transportation. KNX is a trucker. I think those are a couple of ones that trade quite a bit. I don't know why it's not loading, but those are two anyway that I can think of. Oh, you found. Okay, good. Oh, I see. You guys are already answering. I didn't see that. Okay. Okay, BWEN is starting to move a little bit. BWEN starting to move a little bit. Well, it's moved off that 4 very nicely. There's actually kind of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for it. Still, the volume is, I mean, the absolute volume is good. I mean, it's 221,000. That's nothing to sneeze at, but it just, but it is moving. It is moving. I don't see the histogram moving higher. Yeah, I do see it moving, the MLGO, I do see it moving. I mean, I guess it did take out the high of the day. Yeah, now, but look, is this right? I mean, this is just bouncing all over the place. Let me check yeah, I see the spread, 181, 190. So that's why it was bouncing all over the place. Believe it or not, I might watch this after hours and see if it has a move after hours, kind of like not that it's the same stock or anything like that, but kind of see if it has a move after hours like the BIOR. Okay, DV is still, for me anyway, it's still moving down. I did take some off as it got up to that 40 mark, but this is, I mean, really, this has turned out to be just a great little trade. Tons of shorts available, 1.79 million at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, Nerve is on the move here. NERV, Nerve is on the move. Um, and on the move in a big way. I mean, it's amazing. 4.5 million shares. Every time you think you can't chase something and it just accelerates. Now, I would think that 3 could block it. This is actually shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, lots of shares, 176,000 shares available. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have any questions, I'll certainly hop back on the mic, but I'll put myself on mute. Again, don't be shy. Ask questions if you have them. Yeah, the room will be open till about, between 3:20 to 3:25, all the rooms. Okay, so question in our YouTube room, what is the nerve scanner? Well, nerve is showing up here in the races, number one. It's also showing up here on my movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside, showing up over and over and over again. Okay. Yeah, here is the link to my homepage for the scans that are available. So when you click on that link, I always forget to tell people this, but okay, scroll down, down. Here are my scans. Okay, so there's that movers. So you asked, where's the nerve scanner? Well, I mean, it was showing up certainly in the races, but it was showing up in the this upside movers versus downside movers. It looks just like this, just like a ticker, all real time. Just a different way of presenting the data. This is called a compare count window. And I'm not sure when the first time it was alerted. I mean, it's possible it's right around here, around 217. Okay, guys, back on mute. Again, ask questions. I have no problem hopping back on. Okay, Brian, let me answer that question. I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, but I just want to take a look at, I'm pretty sure. So what is it called again? Trader Eye, Swing Trader Watcher, Swing Picks. We're talking about this, right? No, you're not talking about that. You're not. These are those five that come in Monday, Sunday night. Trader's Eye, right? Trader's Eye. Yeah. So you have your pick. I guess this is what I would probably use, this top list window. I mean, you can use this one, but this is the top list window. So yeah, this will get updated for you. You don't have to do anything, if that's your question. Because it is a symbol list. Yeah, it's a symbol list called Swing Trade Watcher, and they update it. Okay? That answer your question? Yeah, so all you have to do is just right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, you got to take it out of the layout. So you duplicate into a free floating window. And here it is. Okay, free floating. Now save it to the cloud and or you can also incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. Yeah, make sure you save it to the cloud and yeah, so yeah, no need to open up the entire window or the entire layout. It absolutely should be because it's a symbol list that's attached to the top list and they make the adjustments. It's like my channel. I make it's all based on my watch list and this changes every day. Not the entire list, of course, but so I will say with 100% certainty, yes. Guys, back on mute. Well, as you know, DAC, it's usually always some filter that's blocking it. Why don't you put the scan link in? Cloud link in, I'll take a look at it. This is showing up on my movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here over and over again. Good. Also showed up late, but actually not that late, 11:11 at 17:02. Didn't really do too much. This is my 10-day daily breakdown. Really didn't. I mean, I suppose if you'd taken it right at 17:02, you would have had to hold on for quite a while before the big breakdown, but you would have been in the money. I remember your call on that one. I know you and I have different. Well, actually, it was far enough away, I guess. Different opinions about the VWAP. I know you don't pay that much attention to it. When you made that call about neon triggering, first thing I did is I looked above here, but that was far enough away. You know, a call at 860 and the VWAP's at 921, 60 cents away. That would have been that wouldn't have been a problem. Just didn't work. All right, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up. I'll stick around if there's some questions. If there are no more questions, I think I'll wrap this up. But again, I will stick around. Don't be shy. You don't have to go anywhere. But so if there are any questions, please ask them now before I shut down. All right, I don't see any questions. I'm looking at all three rooms. Don't see any questions. All right, everybody. Thank you for all the help today. A better day for me. No technical issues with the room, so that was a lot better day for me. Didn't have to worry about that. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. What do I think of Curve? CURV. Well, I mean, for me, it's pretty close to that 4 mark, 355. So I think there's a lot of resistance around 4. That's all I can really see. It's not trading very much. I mean, it's come off the bottom here, 270 to 354. When does it have earnings? I don't even know when it has earnings. Lots of lots of law firms putting class actions against them. Not that that matters that much, but how much more I can add about that? Just not of interest to me. I just don't, I don't see enough room for it to keep moving. All right, guys, get rid of you guys and YouTube. We'll see you guys tomorrow.